because it's not day 2 anymore. Another day of GMTK. I didn't get as much progress done yesterday as I hoped, but it's okay. I think we're in a good spot still. This shader is doing God's work, pumping out some nice graphical effect. So we'll see where we get. I have to say that in my head, as I think about this game, I keep having these like scope creeps of like, ooh, it would be cool if this happens. It would be cool if this happens and such. And I need to be careful because it's so easy to just keep adding features. But so far, I've prevented myself from adding anything new. So we're good still, on track. I do want to get to a place where basically all the fundamental features are set up so I can start building the levels out. So we can get to the level design as opposed to technical. And I think we're almost there. Some tutorial things needs to be done. Some sound needs to be added. As you can see, we got things. Their little chat thing. And then you can see a little spell book. Wait. It's the rune supposed to be here, but I'm gonna have to figure that out. But as you can see, we got the little magic spell book menu, which looks nice. I like it. I like how it looks. So we're probably going to have to do this. I was thinking to myself what the arrow should do. I was thinking originally arrow would move where the casting point is, like the magic focus, where the spell starts on the caster as a center. That could be interesting. And then I might have to do something like, if there's a spell that changes the target instead of caster, that could be interesting. We'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Hi, Null Studio. Welcome. Danimal, welcome. Saizen, also, everyone. Spybee over here. Long time no see, Spybee. And Qbox. How are you doing, man? Says Spybee. Doing okay. We're surviving. Well, we're doing a little more than surviving. We're certainly making it work. Our game is looking like it's coming together nicely. I just need to make sure this basic equipment stuff works. And that is this right here. We open book, we add. I did some, management of spells. I'm gonna lower the music volume a little bit. I thought I had it so that when the rune gets received, it updates, but I guess not. So I'm gonna have to mess with that a little bit. But it is coding time, Saizen, you're right. No distraction today. I'm gonna focus as much as I can. Okay, update available runes. It does all this. I want to see it, rune inventory, and then it updates the slot. I feel like this should run, but I'm going to test if it does or not. So we have it here. The game, oh, not this one. It does take a while to start up though. So right now, it comes over here, nothing. Rune is empty. And then we come over here, talk. Yay, a friend that I can be stuck with. By the way, found this, but I don't think that it's helpful. Received right rune. And then that hopefully comes over here and looks at all the inventories. Got a bunch of slots. And then we're going to get the player's inventory size. That one has 1. So we're gonna go into this. The value is null. So that's why. I think maybe I named this wrong. Right component ID is called right. Arrow right. On the dialogue. I'm just kind of warming up here. Oh, we're giving absorb. We're going to give right here. So right rune is received. Probably going to make a notifier so that it looks better when it's notifying that you received some sort of rune. So right here, do a notification here, and when you open the menu, you see that there's a right rune available. So I got to this part. I need to make it so that you can navigate these, and then you can select to add runes to the quick menu. So those are some things I need to do. But it's coming together. Visually, at least, it looks good, which is half the battle, I think. Not quite all the battle, but half the battle. Hey, Cremo or Crimo. Denmal says, missed the last couple days. Are you using pre-made assets for the gem? I think I recognize the tile set as one you made before. Yes, it is. It's at least the tile map is the one that I made, which luckily works. Otherwise, I'm making all my assets. The characters, I drew them. And then this, I drew them as well. So did the heart. One thing that I didn't draw, I actually purchased the paper assets. So a lot of the UI components, the book, the paper, the style of this, like the, what do you call? Let me show you. This thing right here, this boundary, that's also purchased. So it's a mix. I am making most of them, but some of the more tedious ones I've opted for. Well, the tedious one that doesn't matter for my visuals, like the characteristics, the one that adds character to my excuse me, the one that adds character to my game is handmade. Otherwise, it's either purchased or gotten. Demo says, awesome, it looks great. Or it looks clean, man. Thank you, I appreciate that. Crime is still saying, hey. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Good. Well, appreciate everyone for being here another day. I got a good amount of sleep today, so I should be pretty well focused, I think. So rune has been received. I was on the process of trying to figure out how to do the navigation here. When the rune is selected, obviously we want rune name. Probably rune image here, rune name, and what the rune does. That probably comes from the rune's resource. I would think that is what's going to happen. So we're going to have spell component resource here. And we're probably going to have a component description as part of the string. I want this to be multi-line, I think. So we're going to do multi-line export here. And we're going to start adding some of these things here so we can test it. So we have explosion, expel, exploding energy to damage anything to damage, let's say expel exploding energy damages inflict small damage to everything in its range. Pretty terrible description, but you know, it's what it is. Okay. Right component is going to be like move the magic focus to the right. And then we'll probably do that for every one of them. Left is to the left. Focus to one spot left, whatever that means. To the left. Maybe I don't want to be so specific. Excuse me. I guess I should update this. Arrow. Right. And left would be arrow left. Down would be down. To the down. Down. Arrow. That's kind of weird that we can say to the left, to the right. And then down and up is you can't say to the up, to the down. You gotta say to down, or move it down and move it up, not move it to the down. Such a weird thing. If you like it, once you start thinking about English language, it becomes really weird. Okay. Alon Abadi says downwards, to downwards, but you wouldn't say to the downwards either. Alon says, good luck in the jam. Game premise recap, please. Okay, so game premise is a looping magic. You program magic with the runes. You can mutate the runes and you can arrange them in a certain way to solve puzzles. So for example, this one in particular, the danger is that this explodes on beat, right? So it's looping, the magic spell loops, and every third one it explodes. So the idea is, well, you have these broken magic with the locked slot. How do you add runes to it to make it safe? Another idea that I had for this is, in order to pick it up, you need to spend 3 cycle to pick it up. So that means you won't have enough time to pick it up, right? As you're like charging up, hold down A to pick it up. So, you know, that naturally gives that limitation of how to pick this up and gives player some freedom to come up with their own solution to pick this up. Otherwise, I could still use this. For example, if I do magic focus up, it'll go boop and then blow this column up instead of, you know, something else. Let's see. And then obviously we have these rune thing. Eventually what I want to do is the quick slots allows you to write runes to the world quickly, and you have, you know, unlimited amount of usage. But once you pick it up, you have these strips of spell books where you can pre-slot. You can like pre-slot pre-made magic. And when you're trying to construct pre-made magic, at that point, you actually have to use up the runes. So some balance there, maybe? Anyways, so that's a premise. I don't even think you need game over on this one, actually. I thought about this, but yeah. Spivey says, what do you think about the new Battlefield? They will use Godot for the mods. Yeah, I heard about that, right? Somebody shared that, oh, Celine shared on Discord that Battlefield 6 is using Godot to make the like a dev kit, which is pretty good news, or big news for Godot, because it's now finally starting to become used in a bigger professional setting, which is exciting. We'll see though. Spy says you will use it to edit the maps and you can create your own. I heard about that. Alon says looks good. Ooh, pretty. I don't know why. It reminds me of Another Day, Another Doug, a line from Thor. Basically, and Cecily as it is the line, I guess. Let's see. Lurk, awesome. It looks clean, man. Smith says, hello, everyone. Just want to thank you, Ezra. I use your stream to take mini breaks on my own projects. Yay, berries. Yeah, no problem. Dungeon Magic Tactics. Hey, long time no see. Says, before was, is. Yes. Before was, is. Okay. Okay. Grammatically, that makes perfect sense, but it takes a while to understand. Nick says, how's the game coming along? I see time is left. Well, how much time is left? I mean, let's see. Well, I don't know. We'll find out. GMTK Jam 2025. I really want to get to a place where all we have to do today or for tomorrow is add audio, polish, and level design. Okay, we have 1 day and 23, almost 2 hours, or 2 days. So it's still pretty good. I would like to not stay up late. So we'll see. Dungeon Magic Tactics is always the first sentence that comes to my mind when someone says English is weird. I think every language gets weird once you start dissecting it, I think. There are always a confusing version of the language, or the structure of the language. Rule Reverse version says, hi, hello. 24-hour stream before submission. I don't know if I have that kind of, what do you call? What do you call that kind of patience? Okay, this one, I think I'm going to call this shield, actually, instead of absorption. So we're going to do shield here. So we're going to start writing more enums. Let's come down to the spell component resource. Instead of absorption, we're going to call them arrow. Component effects, I suppose I say arrow right, arrow left, arrow top, arrow down, arrow up, then down, arrow up, arrow down, shield. Lon says you can loop the stream over and over for 24 hours. That makes sense with the theme. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. This is not the best way to do this. I hope this can be fixed, but right now I'm just trying to get this done as soon as possible. Done is like, I guess, relative. I mean more like I want to get this playable in some sense as soon as possible. I'm gonna rename this real quick. Hopefully that's not going to break anyone. Resource helper, probably. Do I have a resource helper somewhere in here? No, I do. Rune resource helper. Down, explosion, empty, right. I suppose the shield is not here. Oops. Preload. Shield component. Sick. Okay, so we got the... I think I got everything there. Arrow down, empty is none, explosion, explosion, arrow left, arrow right, shield, and then up, arrow up. Cool. And when we find the runes, that's that. On the spellbook UI, it gets populated. During the spellbook, when I flip, it needs to do little focus switching. I wonder if I can do focus here. Focus. Neighbor. Down and right. Right will be over here, right? So for neighbor right, we're going to say... Focus is on page 2. And I'm going to do some focus passing. I never used this feature before, but I'm going to try it. So I'm going to say anytime right, it goes here, and then this will decide what the focus is. Same thing here. So this one, bottom is this one, right? Texture 2. And then up, so top would be rect 3. I never use this, and I'm hoping that this just kind of works out for me. If it doesn't, I'll be very, very upset. Well, not really, but we'll see. Focus top. That way I can just shuffle focus. Right, page 2, and then bottom was this. And then that also means that when it receives focus, it needs to do certain things, I think. Focus. So the left of, if I go left here, does it go here? Or stay cycling here? I think it goes over here, right? That's what I'm going to do. So left is just this. I wonder if I can just drag these. Oh, we're going to have to name this better so I can actually know what is what. I'm sure I can programmatically do this, but I'm a little silly goose right now. So if I go top, it's gonna, oh my gosh, it's gonna be annoying. I might as well do this programmatically. No. Figuring that out will take another whatever. So I'll do 9 on this. For top, bottom is 5. Next, for the tabs, I guess. Let me test. Let me check if there's anything about passing focus. Focus, neighbor, bottom. Okay. Okay. So that'll be okay then. Oh, Spivey says, I have to go now. See you guys. Bye. You know what? I'm going to make it work, so it doesn't matter. So 4 neighbors for everyone. Inventory 1 for neighbor left. Neighbor up would be 10. Neighbor right is 3. Neighbor bottom is 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Good old manual work. We love that. I'm not wasting too much time, I think. 5, 6, 7. Could be worse, you know? For this one, right probably shouldn't do anything for now. Top, maybe I shouldn't make it so that the top does anything either, because it feels kind of weird that it wraps around. Okay, gonna get rid of the tops here. Until I test it, it's not gonna feel right, I think. Bottom will be 8. Then 5. Top is 1. Left is this thing, which is page 1 texture. And then the right for inventory slot 5 is 6. Bottom is 7, 8, 9. 6. Left is 5. Right is 7. Top is 2. Bottom is 10. For this one, left right, top, bottom, left, top is 4, right is nothing, and bottom is 12. Oops, wrong one. Bottom. There you go. Ibra says hello. Hi, Ibra. Welcome. How's the progress going? It's going. We're working on equipment of these runes. And then hopefully that'll get me to be closer, ever so closer to finishing the first playable version. I'm not really sure if what I'm trying to accomplish with this game is considered lofty of a goal. Like, I thought I did a good job, kind of scoping it down to a minimal level version without having to scope creep too much. The idea itself, I don't know if the idea seems like difficult to execute just by looking at what the concept is. So I can never tell. I mean, in my head, I feel like implementing this is not that difficult. All these tedious menu stuff and all these like arrangement and making it look nice and feel nice is just part of game development in general. So I don't know. I'm always wondering. It's like, did I do too much? Should I have made something easier, simpler? But then it's like, can I get any simpler? Like, this game is actually conceptually really simple to make, right? I mean, it's just top-down game with some mechanics. That's not that hard. So I don't know. All right, so a few things here. I need to probably change this. I put it under Spellbook UI here. This is the Spellbook UI. Probably gonna make this into a Spellbook quick rune slot. And we're just gonna copy and paste this. And then we have one of these everywhere. Great, great, great. For each one of these, we're going to make what highlighting it means. Focusing. So if we focus this, I think we just simply make a selection. I'll just make a selection rectangle. Texture rect. Selection texture, which could be pretty, I guess. We can make a version of that, I'm sure. Well, best viewers, nice. I got another bot. We're making it in the world. All right, then that. Okay. Rune grid in book. What am I using for the little squares? There's a rune texture. Oh, this one is using. Oh, I don't know where that is. Rune grid in book. Okay. This rune grid in book. Basically, we want to make a bigger version of this. Maybe by like 4. So 40 in total. I'm thinking it's going to look something like... well, first of all, it's going to fill it up. And then we probably want to do something like this. Is that not centered? Doesn't look very centered. I guess it's hard to center because it's even, right? This is going to look off either way. Probably this is better. Just do one of these. Okay, let's call this a selector grid. We're going to save this as Rune Grid Selection. And I'll just put it under Spellbook menu. Might have to move some of these actually. I have not been very consistent with where things go. Spellbook. Yeah, just go here. Spellbook UI probably should also go there too, honestly. Because it's a UI. Is it a spellbook or UI, you know? That's the question. Okay. Rune Grid and Book goes in here too. Hopefully that won't break anything. Rune Unlocked window. Okay. I think that's okay. The selective version, I did an A-Sprite version. I need a PNG file of it on Spellbook menu. Cool. Inventory slot. So this one, I can always keep this and replace the texture, but what I think I'm just going to float it on top. We're going to keep size and probably make her to be center of this. And then just put the selection texture on top of it, like so. There you go. I think I might actually even get rid of this. Like that. There you go. Oh, I just missaved it. I need to save as Rune Grid Selection. Oh wait, maybe it is okay. There you go. Uneven. Great. Oops. There you go. It's a little better. We're going to do that. We're just going to flip on and off for the focus. So we'll say if this is in focus, focus entered, unfocus entered, and unfocus exited, simply is going to make this visible equals true, and then on exit, make this false. So we can flip through. Alon says UI in Godot could be better in general. It's pretty tough, at least for me. I heard a lot of the web developers who are used to web development, they really love the way Godot does UI. They rave about it a lot. I'm not used to it. I've always had issues with web development UI arrangement, just because I'm probably out of exercise, but you know. Alon says incorporate the loop in the border. Looping border could be pretty easy and consistent with the theme. That could be. Alon says I'm a web developer. I don't rave about it really. Yeah. I think it's very like interesting. Web UI really confuses me too, especially with the Flexbox. I'm like, what? Huh? Left, right, compact. But I'm starting to get used to it. what does what. Like there's like the container as a parent behavior and then as a child behavior. Hard Easy says, I'm here. Hey, welcome, Hard. Anyway, so we do focus on and off. Cool, that's automatically handled. I do wonder if there's a way to move focus next type of thing here. Opportunity. So on the spell book, right? First of all, when spell book opens, we want to put the focus on the primary focus, right? Let's see. Oh, I'm going to increase the font size here. This is my first time doing UI handling with focus, so wish me luck. And then I gotta make the texture rect for this guy. So we'll do something with this one to describe what focus means for this. I think, as the loop was saying, it would be cool if the selection means you see a little circling thing here. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I mean, I feel like the shader is the best way to do that. I don't want to spend too much time trying to figure that out. So for now, I'm just going to color it. I'm just going to color it. Texture rect, we'll call it focus texture. And then we're going to just full rect this real quick. Keep size. Layout will be anchored to the full rect for this version. So we're just going to open that up. I forgot what texture it's using. This one is called under UI active rune UI. So I'm reusing the active rune UI. So we go up UI active rune UI. And we're probably going to color this in like so. And then maybe we'll give it a little flavor down here. Okay. I wonder if it can reset the green to be something else. Like so. Oops. Probably something shinier. Okay. A little bit. Okay. This is selection. We'll export this as active rune UI. UI in focus. I'm going to use that. Boom, boom. Okay. And also, this will have a texture that's centered. And this one I'm going to call a rune texture, which I will obviously update later. This one requires a script. What are we calling this? Rename. Spellbook quick rune slot. Nice. Invalid node path. Invalid node path. Oh, I guess Spellbook UI is like, I don't know what you're talking about here. So I can get rid of these for now. And then instead, use spell book quick rune slot, like so. 2, 3. We're gonna redo the. Oh, I see what this is. It's because the focus has changed. The object changed, so it doesn't know where to put the focus on. I gotta redo the focus here. Left, we'll go to this guy. 4, 2, 3, 4. Left, we'll go to this. Left, we'll go to this. And for these, we're gonna make it so that left doesn't do anything. Right goes to page 2. We're gonna reset all this actually for the focus. On the spellbook UI, right goes here, bottom goes here, top doesn't do anything. This one as well, top goes here. Now, if I find that this works really nicely, if I can figure this out, this will change my future approaches on a lot of the UI stuff. So hopefully it'll work. Ibra says, welcome. Hart says, did you finish the mechanics? Kind of. I mean, I'm getting to the rune aspect right now because what I'm focusing on right now is hopefully trying to, so for example, I have this menu thing, right? Because you have to do quick slots. So what I'm trying to do here is once I receive the rune, if I open the menu, which I'll have the tutorial, you have this. I want to be able to, you know, navigate through this. Highlight some of the runes to see what they do, and then highlight the quick slots to, you know, update what the quick slots do, etc., etc. Making it look all magical and such. Okay, focus. All right, so on this one, we'll have a script. We'll put that under spellbook menu. Spellbook quick rune slot. Yes, good. Class name spellbook quick rune slot. And nothing else for now, except we'll have export of the rune, which will be spell component. And then we need handling of focus. So we'll say focus entered and focus exited. And we set on focus, this variable becomes visible. Like so. So we can tell if it's in focus or not. When this changes, set value rune equals the value if is node ready. I need to make sure I look out into the distance every now and then because my eyes are getting really tired now. Been looking too closely. Update render, which will happen on ready as well. This and update render would basically take this if rune is not null. Well, if it is null, we're gonna just make rune texture. Well, actually, rune texture visible will equal to if rune is here or not. So that's going to be set. And then if rune is not here, we're done with this. Otherwise, we're going to skip over to updating the rune texture. Texture will equal to the texture within the rune texture or icon. Component icon. There it is. And it's going to get updated. This one can be an export so I can test it. All right, so that means when I open the spellbook over here, if I just come all the way over here, All right, if I come all the way over here, and if I update the spell slot to be one of these things, it should update, but it didn't. I wonder if it's because it didn't go through the ready. I'm gonna close this. Spellbook UI, I'm gonna open it again. Yep, it's right there. It's not quite well centered, I have to say. So I'm gonna change something about this real quick. Test it again. Explosion like that. Okay, it's a little lopsided. That's probably because of the this. Keep size, keep transform. There you go. And then we're gonna center this according to this. There you go. We probably want to make it fit this thing. So we're gonna keep aspect, and then we'll try to make it full rect. Maybe not full rect. Maybe I will center it and say the minimum is 64 by 64. There you go. That's a little better. Okay. All right. Drop it out. We're here. So depending on this, if I just update these, it'll just turn into whatever. We can do left, this one. I can do shield. There you go. Cool. Looks nice. All right, what about these? I already tested them. They work fine. Okay. And then focus thing. Focus mode. Click all none. I'm going to look at what this means. The focus access mode for control. Yeah. Only one control can be focused at the same time, and it will receive keyboard, gamepad, and mouse signal. Okay. The node cannot be... None means it cannot do anything. The node can only grab focus on mouse click. All means the node can grab focus on mouse click and using arrows and tab keys on the keyboard. Okay, so this manages automatically? Seems kind of sick, but we'll see. So we'll say focus mode is all, just in case people want to click on it and I would still want it to work. What about this? I'm going to go in here and say, hey, your focus mode also is all. Okay. Airshake says, hi, look at YouTube chat, design book, a game book. Yeah, kind of sick. Oh my gosh, sorry. YouTube chat, sorry. I was focusing. Let me read here. Black Arch says, hey, look here, YouTube chat. Here we are. Hey, are you there? I'm going to go back to Twitch. Oh, that was you, Shike? Sorry. I was in focus to try to get this focus done. Hard Easy says, I like the fade in and out when you open the book. You're going to win this, bro, for real. I would be so happy because this would be my first game jam, any type of win. I mean, win is kind of weird thing to say, but you know what I mean. But yeah, thanks. I actually like the fade in too. It feels magical, right? Well, I can click on it. Doesn't really, but okay. Once I focus, I can flip through. This is kind of nice that I can just do this. Okay. That's pretty cool. I think, oh. Okay, that feels okay. Okay, not bad. Feels good, right? What do you think? All right, now I want to make it so that once I select a quick rune, it's going to keep it selected, and then the rune window hops over to here. Right. Okay. So a few things here. It also means that I want to make it so that as soon as the spellbook opens, I want to give focus to the first item here so that the whole focusing works. Sorry, Shaik. We're not paying attention. Pavel says, hello. Alon says, I strongly feel this should be animated and looping. Are you talking about the UI part? I think so too. I mean, I feel like the spell should give some sort of indication of a magic clock that's ticking. Because, I mean, magic clock is ticking. I will add it, okay? I promise I will add it. You want me to go boop, 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 boop? You know what? I feel like this should do that. It go boop, 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 boop. You know? It's kind of like a magic clock. Selection should animate. Okay, fine. Scope creep. Okay. I don't know if you'll be here by the time I'm done with this. Once I get some of the basic functions set up, remind me. I want to do it. I really do want to do it. I just don't want to get lost in it. Because I would be really sad if I can't finish it because I spent too much time on the animation looking good. Pavel says, that 3D room looks great. What kind of game is this going to be? Puzzle room game or RPG? Thanks. I want it to be like a roguelike puzzle, which is an interesting aspect. But mostly puzzle, I think, because the fun is creating the magic. I was saying that this is a looping magic game. So you can see that there's a rune here. And this spell sheet is automatically playing. So magic in here automatically loops. And so you receive these type of runes. You find these runes and they do special things. And basically, you're trying to make these spells safe to pick up. Or you're trying to navigate the rooms to escape by collecting these dangerous spells. And you can make it safe by adding runes to it, like rewriting the code. It's like debugging a code in some sense. So it's like magic as code type of game. But thanks. If you like this isometric tile map, you can find it on itch on my page. It is a asset pack that I sell. Luckily, it fits the style of what I'm making right now, so I can reuse it. So I benefited a lot from that. McCoy, thanks for the itch link. I guess I should do it on YouTube too. Itch. Oh, the bot on YouTube is a lot slower though, unfortunately. Maybe I should do this. Your manual. Oh, there it is. Airshake says, yeah, that's okay. You should focus good for you. Remind you of what? Remind me of what? Did I say remind me of something? Dude, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to get focused. Okay, when Spellbook opens, we want to give a focus to the first item. I'm going to do that by just doing this. First quick slot. Terrible way to do this, but it is a way to do it. So when the book is ready, before the book is ready, I'm going to say take focus, take focus. Can I do that? Focus. Focus, 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 focus. Grab focus. There you go. So now, as soon as the menu opens, focus is given. Nice. Okay, cool. Got that working. Now, I want to indicate, I suppose, I guess selecting this doesn't do anything. It shouldn't. Right? I feel like you should only be navigating through these. So the idea is navigate through runes, see what they do. And if I'm like, oh, I want this, I put it on a quick slot. So I'll press a key to say add to quick slot. Or, you know, add to spell book, and then it'll flip page. So I think this focus actually should go away. All right. I'm trying to simplify number of actions that you can do in order to make the game easier to understand. So I'm going to get rid of this left here, which also gives us opportunity to wrap around instead. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. And on 4, the right. Yeah, right will wrap around too. 5, left is 8, and on 8, right is 5, 9, left is 12, 12, right is 9. That also means I'm going to wrap around the top to bottom as well. So bottom here will be 4. Bottom here will be 3. Bottom here 2. Okay, I need to relax my voice. I've been really squeezing my voice out. Whew. Okay, relax. A little bit too excited. A little bit also because I have my in-ear in that I can't hear myself, which means I also speak a lot louder. No, top on this one should be 10. Top on this should be 11. You know what? I do like this whole focus thing. It makes management of multiple UI elements a lot easier. For sure. Okay, that's good. That also means I'm going to make it so that the focus that gets grabbed is the first element. First rune grid slot. I guess I should do that this way. First invent slot. Grab focus. Okay, cool. So that the focus doesn't hop over. Dinu says, this looks really fun. Hope you win this. I hope so too. Thank you for a good luck wish. Appreciate everyone here giving me the encouragement that I need. All right, cool. Sick. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Next, rune. What I want to do here is when the rune gets highlighted, I want that to signal out to say, hey, give me a description of this rune. So on focus entered, what's going to happen is that we're going to signal out focus gained. Okay, so already there. So what I can do on the spellbook side of things, I'm going to have this descriptor, which is this guy. I'll grab the script here. We're going to call this a rune description panel. We'll put it under that class name, rune description panel, and simply, I guess I should have done it on page 2, but it's okay. What we're going to do here is going to grab the grid container and say, hey, func on ready, when we get ready here, because the ready goes from down to up, I think. Leave to parent? Well, we'll see. Basically, grid container, get children, and for all of the children, which is going to be, right, our invent slot, which will be spell book, or is it called inventory slot? Inventory, rune inventory slot, child. And what we're going to do here is, I mean, I think it's guaranteed to be yes. So I don't have to worry about that. And basically all of these will have focus entered. And then I'm going to connect that to on invent focused like so. And we're going to bind. Oh, we can't bind this actually. Oh, we're going to bind self actually, self, which means we're going to make a function here that is a listener function that takes in a rune inventory slot as self, and then we can do some descriptions here. Label, description, label for children, blah, 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 child. Yep, so we're going to do that. Cool. On ready, we're going to go through all of these and then do this, connect it, and on inventory focus, we're going to do something here, something exciting. Simply, for now, we're just going to grab the rune information and get the component description and just copy and paste to the text. And that is if the slot exists and slot.rune is not null. Otherwise, don't do anything. Pavel says, or, oh gosh, my eye's like out of focus. I'm sorry. Definitely tired. This looks really fun. Hope you win this. Pavel says, or your current project you're showing here is kind of programming course. Kind of. Godot, it's like programming course information, knowledge experiment based on Godot and my experience as an engineer. Pavel says, how often and which hours are you online here on YouTube? I mean, I stream same time I do on Twitch, on YouTube as well, and I almost do it every day on the weekdays. I skip like one weekday per week typically, and then weekends I take a break as much as I can. This week is probably an exception just because the whole GMTK, but that's typically what I do. Hopefully that answers the question. And I try to post a lot of videos. Okay, so no break here. And then I can go talk to the guy, give me the right, and then I go here, and then I go, boop. Oh, no connection. That's probably because the signal is not correct. Let me see if the signal is even coming through. No, it's not coming through. I have a feeling during the connection it didn't have any children because children weren't ready, maybe. Focus entered of these slots gets connected to this, and we're binding the self. Oh, not self. We got to do this. Bind this. Okay, that's why. It had a wrong parameter as the signaling emission. Once again, there you go. X. Focus grabbed. Move the magic focus to the right. Okay, cool. One thing that I'm noticing is that it expands the label instead of clipping it. So we're probably going to do that here. We'll test this out so it clips. Just say arbitrary. There you go. Maybe Word. Word Smart. There it is. Okay. That'll do it. I'm going to add one more label here for rune name label. So we'll have something like panel container here. So VBox, rune name label, and then the label itself. Name labels will say something like arrow, right? So we'll have copy this, paste it over here, make unique, and then have this font color be like dark, I guess. And then center this, I think. Center. Okay. And then maybe 32. Ah, too big. 16 is okay, I think. How big is this one? 32. Wow, that's huge. And then that will be the rune name, rune description. Okay, I think that's all I need. That means I have to redo this part. So we got this and we got this. Description, that's gonna be okay. Rune name label, we'll take slots rune component name. Sick. Okay. Getting there, everyone. Da-da-da-da. Open. There it is. Arrow right. Move the magic focus to the right. Whatever that means, right? Sick. The music has stopped, so I need to relaunch that. Next. I need the UI to say equip as an option. Got to decide what's the best spot to do that. As soon as this music starts for me. Oh, stiff neck. Hello. There it is. Okay, best slot. So when it's selected, it should probably have one right there, I think. Label here, probably HBox container for like key instructions, if I can spell that. Where the idea is we're gonna have, oops, some label that looks something like, I need a smaller font here. Probably a little bit. Yeah, not that one. We'll probably have something that looks like add to quick slot, and then some texture rect, and then another one that's like so if the quick slot is full, and if I say, hey, I want to add to the quick slot, does it just remove it? No, you have to be able to choose which slot it's getting added to. Okay. That also means you want to be able to focus on quick slot to remove things. Ah, shoot. Okay, I guess I do have to add. Maybe you can't remove things from the quick slot. So you can add to the quick slot. Go through your rune. You select A to select it to add it to things. And once you do that, you got to choose which slot it goes into. Okay, I'll do that. Tricky Lady, hello sir, I'm here for my daily stock session as requested. This time I brought cookies, but I ate them along the way. Life is hard. No, it really is hard. Yeah, I wish I had a cookie right now. So, you can mail it in if it stales. I can't help it, I guess. Add to quick slot. I'm thinking add to quick slot or add to spell. I guess it should just be like use. I'm gonna call it just use. Use. Ta-da! Okay, and definitely, obviously is a weird way to say this, but should be small font and should be centered. Can I do 8 on this? Oops, it won't. Yeah, it doesn't like that. All lowercase. And we leave it there. We're going to get this to be centered. Different font color. So we're going to make it unique. Maybe it needs to be like that. And then texture rect is going to be like, let's see. Input map, we're calling it interact, right? Interact is spacebar or this. Should I give another option for space interact? Right now, R, I think I'm reserving it for, I want to see what all I added here. Erase is R. Flip right, flip. Open spell book is X. Spacebar for use right now. I actually want to make it so that it's something else. What's a good confirm? in a keyboard. R remove. F? Maybe F. I'm going to do it F. F for interact. F. All right. Use will be keyboard F. So we'll make a little keyboard icon. We'll make it 18 by 18. Little circle. Little circle that says F. Boom. That's an ugly F. This could be better. Here. I'm just gonna... Could it be better? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how else an F could look. I mean, this could be okay. F. Hopefully that's clear. You know what? I'm going to give it a little key thing. Just be consistent. One of these things. Spellbook icon. I'm going to just color this to this. Then bring this over. Oops. Do that. Probably do one of these things. And no, ugly. We're just gonna keep it like this. Good enough. Okay, F. Export or not export. Save. Spellbook. I guess I should have a key icon and call this interact F. Okay, and then I'll just get that interact F. Boom. Keep size. Keep cool. Space separation. Make it 1. There you go. Use means F, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Yay. Alon says, here's cookie. Yum, yum, yum. Unfortunately, I can't eat digital cookies. Pavel says, you said you are an engineer. Did you study Godot or you are self-taught? How long do you make projects in Godot? Well, I've been working on Godot for 2 years now, since 3.0 got released. But when it comes to engineering, I worked in the tech industry for 10 years, 10 plus years, actually. I worked at Amazon for like 7 to 8 years, and then Google for 3 years, or two and a half years, I guess. And then during the big tech layoff, I got impacted by that. And then I decided I'm just going to do YouTube and make games because I've been wanting to do that. So I have been in the industry for a long time. I was a senior engineer at Google. So I was doing okay, but you know, gotta chase your dream at some point. Tricky Lady says it's the thought that counts. It really is. I appreciate it. Bifo says F. How do I get a little berry guy? Never mind, I see instructions below. Oh yeah, you get a berry guy by planting berries. Yesterday was a good time because we got like huge crowd of raids, so a lot of people got shiny berries yesterday. I'm sure that excites everyone. This whole use instruction, I think this one also should be invisible by default, and it comes up when thing is highlighted. So we're going to say on invent focus, we're going to definitely make this visible. And on invent focus exit, I think. Func on invent unfocused. We're just going to simply then slot focus exit it, connect. And, you know, before professional, I guess I should answer Pavel. Before working professionally in the industry for like 10 plus years, I also studied in college. So I don't know if you want to count that as experience. But what I'm trying to say with that is that, you know, my background is that I learned it through school. And so that means I didn't self-teach in some sense. I mean, I did self-taught because I did program when I was in high school. That was self-taught, but I did learn in college. I don't know if you care about which school I went to, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But yeah. This be where we be, you know? Okay. So this one I can delete now. Get rid of all this. Paul says, this is great. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Dungeon Master Tactics says, never stop chasing. Yeah, exactly. Never stop chasing. Whoa. Give me arrow. All right. We got the right rune. We can use F to use. So if I do F, I want to be able to come over here, focus these. Okay. That's working. Now when I click interact in this sense, while we have focus, we're gonna do this right here. On grid, we'll add a signal called selected. GUI input, mouse centered. We're not gonna do any of that. We'll exit out a signal called slot activated. And then we'll provide the rune for that one. And basically on F, on input, so update render, does this at bottom? So I think it's okay. Func input if event input event is action pressed, and then it is interact, right? That also interact while it's in focus, right? Has focus. Then we're going to emit this out, slot activate it, emit the rune here. Not only that, I want to kind of pre-filter this so that signal is not really bothered by it, meaning the rune has to be populated, meaning it's not null. That also means spell book. So panel can detect it. The spell book itself, we'll listen to that here in a bit. So we'll grab the grid container on ready. Func ready. Oh, I guess there's one already. Ready already. All right, open and close up top here. I'm gonna put all the private functions at the bottom and public ones on top. On during ready, we're going to grab the grid container, which I guess is a inventory container, and go through all the child, get children for child in this, which happens to be a slot invent, and that's the type of inventory slot. Child as inventory slot here, and then we're going to grab its slot activated signal on slot used or invent slot used, I guess. Inventory slot used. We're going to connect that. Inventory slot used will be over here. I don't know if reopening will try to reconnect and that's going to have an issue because I don't know if it ready triggers again. No, it probably doesn't. Jeez. Okay, YouTube chat is kind of wilding right now. Alon says, I keep hearing SLUT. So when you said slot activated, I slot activated. Do I have to pronounce it correctly? Is it actually the way I pronounce it? Paval says, me as well. Or slot machine, say hey. Pavel said, I admire how you can make program while talking and answering questions. Really good skill. Oh yeah, thank you. I think I've been doing streaming for a while now. I think talking itself is not the hardest part. Maybe ADHD helps. Like I'm just like I'm already used to working distracted in general. Maybe that's it. Okay, on inventory slot used. We're gonna do something here probably. That means it's probably man, I really want to just like have ways to pop the runes in without having to select the slot, but maybe not. So on slot used, gosh, we're gonna say var currently activating currently used rune spell. Rune slot will be something like this. This will be updated. And this will be the rune here. Spell component resource. Ruin instead of rune. This one. Okay. And what is it? Spell component resource. There you go. And then we're going to give focus to the quick slot. The first quick slot now. So, boom. First quick slot. I got to make sure I open my mouth wide. I want to pronounce that word now. Alon says, slut that gets children. Lol. Jesus. Everyone, relax. I don't want to get flagged. Okay. Dungeon Tactics says, no reason lack of skills should stop you too. I pay for art and programmers to achieve my dream. You know what? That is true. You know, and that is way most people do it anyways. Like, you know, playing into your strength is always good. So for example, if you're like technicality is your thing, then you make technically impressive a product. Art is your thing, then you do something focused on art. And you try to fill a gap. You can't all be complete by yourself. And that's just, you know, not something that you should be disappointed at if you can't. If you can, power to you, obviously. If you can't, it's okay. That's most people. Dungeon Tactics says, drag and drop. I love my mouse and keyboard. I don't want to support both. I want to focus on just like the keyboard interaction. McCray says, I found that when I'm programming, I'm usually saying everything already in my head, so it's not too hard to verbally just say it. Lol. Yeah. I do have to say that sometimes, as you know, when you're speaking in multi-language, or if you're used to writing something where you're faster, like your thoughts or your like typing or whatever, the logic is faster than your speech, then it can get really frustrating. But I think I have gotten over that eventually over the years. Working with people, being thorough in explanation has always been something that we learned to do. Okay, so we're going to select it. Comes over here. We definitely want new things here, which is when it gets focused, I want to have a little label, or maybe not label. I'm going to do HBox right here. And that's going to have a label and a texture rect. And that one is going to be similar. We're going to have interact F as well. Equip or cancel. Equip. I guess I'll put the key right here. Equip, cancel. So I'll put, I suppose it should be VBox then. Box container, one are these, and do one more. Right, so we'll have label, which I guess I copy from here. Panel has a bunch of these things. We're gonna copy this. Copy. And on this, paste this right here real quick. Cancel. Equip. Probably align right, or like that. Have this be this. Texture rect will be this. And then for the other one, we'll update this to be cancel is FNR. R is the cancel key for us, I think. Ugly. Trying to make this not as ugly here. Good enough. Okay. This one is going to be save as cancel R. And we'll add. Wait, did I not save this just now? Where did I save this? I thought I did it on key icon. I guess not. Oh, it is in here. Weird. Okay. So we have these two things, and then I'm going to just simply manually move this. Oh, like that. Maybe it'll show up. I want to see what that looks like. Actually, I don't even have to start it to see it. I can come over here and see it. Okay. Ugly. I'm going to put that over here and see what that looks like. Maybe left side is better. Left side is better, I think. Okay, that's okay. These instructions will be invisible, obviously. On focus, this will become instruction. Key instruction. Will become visible. And then it'll be false. Cool. Okay, so it's going to come on and off. Da, da, da. Unless it's one on each side. I think the general UX rule, isn't it, to make sure that the eyes don't have to travel a lot in order to glean information? Is what I think. Like the user experience kind of standard. Saad says, hi, how much progress have you made? I'm making progress. I don't know. Not as much as I did in the first day. But first day, as I always say, progress is most impressive in the very first step. Because going from nothing to something looks bigger than going from something to something better. Right? Mentally, it feels bigger. even though it takes as much, if not more, to go from something to something better. So visually speaking, I don't think it looks like it's a lot of progress. But we'll see. Alon says, and last 24 hours. What? Last 24 hours is insane. Yeah. Last 24 hours. Because everybody's like, finishing it up. I get it. Okay. So we were saying that we're going to give as soon as I select, focus shifts over. Hopefully that doesn't confuse anyone. So over here, received, open menu, have it F. So I can do, this looks awesome, right? And as soon as I press R, it jumps back over. The right focus shouldn't be there. I don't know why it's shifting the focus over. I thought I made it so that the right focus doesn't exist, but I guess it just decided that that's what it's gonna allow. Guess. I might have to handle that. Interesting. How come I can't jump to right, but I can jump to... I can't jump left, but I can jump... Oh. It's because it's unassigned. If it's unassigned, maybe it auto-selects. So I think what I'm going to do here... I'm going to give itself as a right and left focus. See if that messes things up. Self. Let's see what that does. Sizen says, yeah, progress is something like a curve instead of a line. Well, perceived progress is, at least is how I feel. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay, I'm going to implement R first since that's easy. We're calling it erase. We also want to call it cancel, I think. UI cancel. Cancel. Where is it? UI cancel. Yeah, built in. There it is. Call this R. And also B on the key. Come on. B. Sick. Then erase is R and Nintendo B. Cool. Ooh, the cramps. Perhaps I need to hydrate myself. I'll be back. Hydrate and sodium. I don't know. I need electrolytes. I really do, I think. I gotta mute myself, though, before I step out. I will be... I am back with my water. Took some potassium pill. Alon says, don't forget your cookie. Yeah, thanks. Alon says, anyway, it's getting a little late and I got to head out. Good luck, and I'll catch up later to see what you've done. Don't forget to add loops. See ya. All right, thank you, Alon. Bye. See you later. Whew. Okay. Where are we? We were going to implement cancel button. What we're going to do here on cancel button, I think that's a overall input handling. Over here, open spellbook UI cancel. Oh, right. Because right now cancel is exit. I need UI exit separately, I think. UI cancel, which is escape. I'm going to get rid of that. UI exit, I think, is what I want. Or close, UI close. And close would be ESC for now. Escape. Cool. So this is UI close, or and, I guess. That'll close the book. LF visible, and I suppose if we have this selected and event is action pressed UI cancel, then we're going to move the focus. So move the focus to, we're going to empty this. Func cancel rune equip. And I'm going to call that here. And the way I handle that will be first invent slot will grab the focus, and this will become null. Nothing here, which means the focus gets lost. Cool. All right, that means I can now jump focus. Can't do anything. Exit the sheet. For here, use R. Use R. Exit. Cool. Next. Interact. So on this, if we say interact, get ready on focus center. Cool. Func input event. Oh, is input event. I think what I'm thinking is if has focus and event is action pressed interact, then we want to equip, right? So we're going to say signal interact, or equip requested. Equip requested, which will be over here. We're going to emit this. We're probably going to emit self here. Slot. So we'll just go emit self. And on main or spellbook UI, we're going to connect that information here. So on ready. Foquin, welcome. Now I know how people are like answering, not from their chat, but just from them planting little berries. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone who's just here for the berries. It's like that one video. It's like I feel like you're just here for the what is it? The cables. All right. Okay, on select, on ready. We're saying we're going to connect it. So for child in V-Bucks container, this one, which is quick slot container. Our quick slot will be spellbook quick run slot instead of rune slot. I love that. I'm not going to fix that because fixing that is going to break everything. It's okay as long as we understand what that means. Quick slot, we're going to say the equip requested will be connected on quick slot equip. We'll have one here. Slot will be rune spellbook quick slot, which is different from the other quick slot, I think. Yeah. What we're gonna do, if this is not existing, then it's an error, but it's also not going to do anything. What we're going to do is under the slot, we're going to put the rune to be current used rune. And not only that, when this gets updated, it's going to update different things. I guess I should put index on it. I'm going to assign index here. Rune var sport slot index 0. So this one is going to be 1, 0, 1, and then this is going to be 2. And on rune selected, on rune equip, when rune gets equipped, update render. Another thing I'm going to do here is if this rune is not null, we're going to get the player state, global player state, and add equip rune to the slot index. Rune slot index. So we're going to do that. Click this to the slot index. Oops. Rune here. I guess if it's null, we empty it. But I don't think that'll ever happen. I'll implement it anyways, just in case. Order of operation might really break this, but we'll see. There it is. Okay. Not gonna worry about nulls, I think. Folkwin says, no, 4 normal berries in a row. It may just be that there's not available. We have infinite normal berries, 0, 0, 4 berry allens, only 12%, 5 Godot berry. Okay, so there are some special berries left, but pretty low chance still. Tony, hi. Saizen, hello. Saizen says, will that not cause any problem in the future? Haha, although it's a quick find and replace later, if ever. What? Which one? Are we talking about indexing by this? I'm going to make it so that it's not. I'm going to make sure my hard code is consistent everywhere, but it could potentially be an issue. Ooh, booster. Yeah, boosters are cheap now, so... A wizardberry? Nice. Congrats. I should probably add sound effects so I can hear when people are doing boosters. Beepo says, is it playable at this point or not really? The game? Not really. I mean, there's not even a puzzle yet. I gotta get the equipment set up so it can actually, like, people can actually equip the runes and added. Once that gets added, then it's playable in some sense. Yeah, I saw that. Sizen says quick run slot. Yeah, I saw that, but it's it's everywhere, so I can't really do much about it. This will be a problem because if I do blah and then it's like, oh, there's not enough slot in the array to fill this in, but I'm gonna make it so that it works. So what it's gonna do on equip slot index, and if the equip rune size is smaller than this index, right? If this is the case, if equip rune size is less than slot index +1, right? Because at the end, then what we want to do is we're going to probably insert null, and I'm going to have it so that the displayer handles null appropriately, essentially. So while this is the case, we're going to just push back null. It's going to break a lot of things, but we're going to fix this. Not a problem. So it's guaranteed that the slot index is a thing. And then we can just pop rune in. Unequipped rune will be null anyway, so we're going to do this. So technically, I could just equip null for removal. I don't even have to do unequip. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Run rune gain there. Active rune change, just gonna do equipped rune changed. That's gonna change it. Cool. Spellbook UI on select. That's gonna do all of these things. Get rid of this. Just do it anyways. The display and the flip, that's the main issue. This in itself doesn't mean much, but on the main for the rune bar, this would be an issue. Oh. Sa says the game is more cooler now. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's looking better. The spellbook definitely makes it look a little bit more complete. Beepo says I love beat kind of games. Crypt of Necromancer is goated. Yeah, it really is. I do like it. And it would be awesome if I can get the right music for this to really carry that feeling in. But alas, you know. Okay, so flip right is going to be like blip, 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 blip. Hey. The way I think I'm going to do this is express null as empty. So when we're flipping it, I believe there's an on equipped changed. It's going to go through the rune bar. It's going to look at this, and then it's going to set up some slots here. And it's going to say, it's going to grab the icon. Basically, if rune is null, and that's the idea here, because we could have null index now. If the rune slot is null, well, I guess instead we want to make sure that the visibility is not there, like so. I think. On flip, I don't think it's doing anything, is it right? On input flip right, we're changing the rune index. That doesn't necessarily mess with anything, I think. Maybe it does. We'll figure it out. Mikori says, did you hear about the BF6 using Godot? Yeah, no, I did, actually. Celine actually shared it on general Discord. Oh, shoot. Thanks for the follow, Kazoo HD. Sorry, I didn't see that. I don't know when that happened. And Rithmo Frine as well. Jeez, I didn't see any of the follow notification, did I? Huh. That's weird. Why couldn't I hear it? I mean, OBS is not that quiet. We'll figure it out, I guess. Yeah, I think it's a good news. I mean, that means big industry is finally starting to use Godot for one reason or another. They're still not feeling confident enough to use it for their main game, but at least like tooling using it that's publicly facing is pretty awesome. All right. There was an error calling iter next on iterator object vbox. Yes. It's going to come over here. Quick select container. Which one is this one? Spell book UI. Let me just restart. Let's see. It's going to break. Yes. Quick select container is going through the child. Oh. You know what? The build might be broken here. Spellbook UI. Come over here. Seems okay. Because the issue is while I'm trying to register the signal, it's like, hey, I don't see any of these things. Pavel says, please some more question. 1, do you add some triggers to this game? Buttons, levers, doors, traps enemies, and make it complete roguelike? Or 2, do you like 3D dungeon-like games as well? Don't you want to make such a game in the future as well? I think I do want to make 3D games eventually in the future. It's just that a lot of the game ideas that I have don't need to be 3D. I like to think of it as like, I only add complexity if it's something that I like or is important to the message of the game. So I don't just make things 2D just for the sake of 2D, or I don't make things 3D just for the sake of 3D. It's like I have a very specific purpose of like, oh, I need this to be 2D because I'm trying to invoke nostalgia. Or like, I need this to be 3D because I need that 3-dimensional movement and perception as a gameplay. Sad says, did you add power-ups like I told you? I haven't done that. I'm not there yet. I'm not there to think about that yet. Let me get this like first part all sorted out first. Okay, spellbook menu. Spellbook UI says, there was an error calling iteration next on the container. Yes, that makes sense because it needs to be get children. All right, cool. Again. Everyone's like, did you do this? I will get to it. Great ideas. I know you guys want to be part of this, but all right. The flips don't break. Nice. Spellbook opening is okay on empty. Close the spellbook. Go get my rune. Open this. Let's see. Let's try to equip this. Nice. Close the thing. Flip, 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 flip. That's okay. I suppose it's not a bug if I say I can equip multiples. You know what? I think each rune can only be used in a single spot. Let's see. I gotta use the restroom actually. I'll be back. It almost kind of works. I want the runes to be used only in a single spot. So I guess getting multiple copies of a rune makes sense. I'm just going to do it individual so I don't have to worry about the counters and deduping. But I shall be back. I really need to use the restroom. Pavel says, oh, that guy is giving you quests. Go get that rune? He's giving the rune. He's like, hey, I found this, but I can't do anything with it. Ravensoft Yash says, I did very interesting. What? Oh, you heard about the BF6. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's at least like Godot making it into the industry as a real tool. So it's kind of sick. Raven says, I don't think they're using Godot. I think it's only for portal mode. Not sure though. Oh, really? I thought I heard it saying that they're using it as like a either internal or systems facing tooling for like people are using it internally. That's what I thought, but some people are saying it's being used as a public tool. I'm not sure. Either way, I mean, I don't see why they couldn't. McCray says, no. It's just for Portal, so custom maps, I see. Could be level design true. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Because it doesn't matter. You don't have to use a same system for tooling, because tooling just modifies assets. So inherently, as long as you know how the asset is formatted, the data, you don't have to use the same tool to interpret that. Though some of the interpretation tool library of the data, especially if you have like a secret data of how you interpret the map, it may be easier to do it in the same tooling, so you don't have to reprogram like parsing and serializing. But hey, to each own. Maybe they got an intern to work on it. Intern was like, I'm really good with Godot, potentially. Oh, I guess that makes sense though, because especially with like Unity and all that other stuff, if you make the project, let's say you make Unity project where huge number of employees or customers use, does that count towards profit for the project? So like, do you have to pay additional fee, especially as a big game, for the tooling as well as the game? Interesting question, legally speaking. McCray says, Raven says, could be the level designer tool? Yeah, we do, and Radiant. What's Radiant? Sorry, I know that Radiant, you use the Radiant with capital R, so it must mean it's a tooling or software or something. I never heard of it, actually. Raven says, you make a lot of sense. AAA dev doesn't. Polymetron says, BF6 uses Godot as a level editor. Okay, well, see, this is the most recent news, so we'll see. We'll see what it actually means at the end of the day. But it is cool to hear any news at all. Puffle says, oh, that guy is giving you quests. Go get that rune. Oh, I already read that. All right, I'll go get the rune. I'm going to go to the bathroom first, and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Are we still talking about? Okay, good. Let's see. Menu's good. I want to make it so that each of the runes within the equipment can only be used once. Once as in equipped into a single slot. So we probably need to indicate if the inventory is being used. So what I'm going to do, I don't want to have to worry about duplicating. So inventory is a resource. It being slotted or not is a UI specific command. So I don't want to include it as part of the resource. I guess I could make it part of the node of the inventory slot. But I also want to use a wrapper resource that indicates if it's... Nah, I don't have to do that. I'm a little bit thinking about the serialization and trying to keep all the information that I want to serialize as a resource, but, you know, that might be a little bit too much of a thinking right now. So I'm going to just simply come over here and add a variable that just indicates is in use or not. And basically, if it's in use, it's colored differently. Maybe just modulate lower alpha. Polymetron says, oh, gee. Okay, so there's some text here. Let's see. Polymetron says it was in the trailer thing and in dev chats. The rest of their logic is a different engine. They basically use Godot the way other used tiled. I don't know about the in-game use though, so Raven might be right. Yeah, I didn't even look at the news. I just heard it from basically people telling me. Raven said, I got a couple friends on BF6, but I could be wrong. What do you do in software engineering developer, Ezra? I did a lot of backend, service-related backends because I worked at companies like Amazon and Google. You know what they are like. Being on call, fixing codes in Java, obviously. A lot of scripting here and there for backfilling. If I have to really speak in interview terms, I work with big data, type of situation, data pipeline, data path, to modify and manage big resource filtering and eligibility tools and such things. I worked in Voice Assistant, specifically Voice Assistant game team, and then there I created tooling, which is why also I made a dialogue plugin for Godot because it was pretty closely related to what I was doing there. And then in Google, I was just in cloud. So a bunch of stuff that are similar. Polymetron says, nah, sounds right. I was just clarifying what I said. Oh, such a nice conversation that's happening. Raven says, I miss UE, Unity, any engine that's not proprietary. I do like that. I have never used Godot. Oh, AWS? Cool. I was not in AWS. AWS was the only team that I was actually not in. So in Amazon, there is like a 3 major pillars before everything else came in. It was a retail, and then they added AWS. And then they had all the extra that it was like trying to fit in. And then they had Alexa. So I was in retail, then I was in Alexa. AWS, I never wanted to be in AWS. I almost were in AWS because I was closer related to Games Team, and Games Team is in AWS. So I work with them, but not in the team itself. Raven says, I work with game engines and animation system. Oh, in AWS? Lumberyard? Were you in Lumberyard? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you're talking about something else. Okay, cool. All right. Usage. So if it is in use, which I guess is, unless it's being canceled, it's in use. So what I'm going to do, we're going to make it so that it's tooling there. If it's in use, we're going to set the modulate. So we'll go like this, set value is in use is same thing as value, and then we'll say modulate will equal to some transparent color 0.7, I guess, or 0.6 if it's in use. Else we're just gonna do full color. So that'll be good right here. That means if we have the rune and then I change the in-use color on off, you can see that the color changes. Few things. If I enter a focus and slot gets activated, few things I need to do. When spellbook receives that the slot has been activated, so on inventory slot used, if the slot, I guess I should make it so that it gives the slot itself. Slot in bin, so I can do something with the slot. I've been lacking on my pronunciation of the slot again. I gotta make sure I pronounce the slot correctly because people are mishearing me. Okay. So if the slot is in use, first of all, we gotta pop off whatever is using this. And then we're going to set, this is going to be a to do, in use to be false. When we equip it, low-key, I kind of want to, tricky. Slot itself doesn't have an ID. I might have to do some checking, resource checking here. Raven says animation engineer at COD. Oh, I see. Fun. Real industry worker here. Because wait, you were in Amazon before AWS was the thing? No, I mean, AWS was up and coming. Like they just, when I first joined, it was like 2 years or 3 years into EC2 or EC3, whatever. So they just started clouding. So when I started working, cloud computing was the next big thing, which seems like a long time ago. Okay. So I've been in the industry for a while. Obviously, there are people who are older than me, but there were waves of things, right? There was a moment where .com was a big thing. That's before my time, right? So we had a .com and interwebs was a big thing where people were like, internet is just scam. This is where all the people do sly stuff. That there was a time, early 90s, late 80s. People didn't really trust in it. Obviously, blah, blah, blah. By the time I entered school, cloud computing was starting to become big. Now, it's not to say that there weren't already hosting sites. There were hosting sites. Hosting was a thing way before I started. But the whole like cloud computing thing where you're sharing a machine, where we're re-centralizing computation was a new thing as a service, at least. And then service as a product was also becoming big. And that's like the peak of big tech, right? And then after that was big data, because people were like, we want to serve the world. We want to store everybody's information like Facebook. And we want to manage those big data and be able to filter it quickly. So the big data was a big next thing. So big data was a buzzword. Cloud computing was a buzzword. And then I think there were temporary, like a voice assistant thing was like a really highly combated thing because Amazon announced Alexa and everyone was like really excited about it. That kind of fizzled out. Somewhere in between VR was there, but I'm not really sure what happened to that. What else? And then the crypto. And then now we have generative AI. But right before generative AI, the exciting thing, I don't know if you remember, Google was doing a lot of like AI-based vision tech. the categorization tech, that was actually a neural network too, which is a lot more interesting than Gen AI. But now we call it AI Gen AI, or AI Gen AI, so it's really confusing. Yeah, AI is a buzzword. Interesting time. Tech goes in and out. Just kind of how it is. Anyways, okay, so a few things. I need to somehow be able to tell where the like which of these UI components are tied to the inventory slot. Technically, I could do this by, instead of giving the resource itself, I can give the index within the resource and say, hey, the equipment slots, keep track of which index you are. That might be a better way to do it. So we're managing with single source of truth as opposed to multi-source of truth. So I think I'm going to do that instead, actually. So a few things. I'm going to break a few things here. I'm going to say index, inventory index is going to be given, which will break everything. But instead of binding it, we're going to go to the thing that's emitting this, which slot activated. This will say inventory index on it. And that's going to break some other stuff. This will hold what the spell rune is, but also it should hold which inventory index this is. And that, at least this one is easier because it's in order. Like so. This means during the setup, when the book is opening on open book, when I'm assigning the rune, update available runes, and doing the grid, we are going to give the inventory index to be the I. Like so. Okay. So this one's there. I will fix that in a bit. And so for the slot itself, when it's activating the emission, it's going to provide its inventory index as what it's emitting. And over here, when it receives it, it will, I think I can still do the slot thing. Slot, be rune slot here. If it's in use, it's in use. The rune will be from the inventory. So player state, rune inventory, get inventory index will be the currently used rune. Dino says, what type of game is this going to be? I will explain a bit. Ibra says, yo, Ezra, I'm back. Hello, Ibra. Dino says, is this like an RPG or puzzle thingy? I think it's going to be a puzzle. I'm focusing on the puzzle aspect. Puzzle Metrovania? I mean, Metrovania can sometimes be a puzzle. There's no inherent enemy to combat. You're just navigating the world. I'm thinking that, Dino, you already heard explanation of what the game is. Because it's like, look at this. Explosion. Rune, right? So it's about writing spells in a forever looping magic world. So it's not activating. Slot used. It's going to come through. It's going to assign this. First quick slot. Grabs focus. I'll come over here actually. See if it triggers this. Oh, no, it's not going to trigger because signal doesn't match. So I do need to bind. So bind the slot itself. Hopefully this will all work fine. McRae says, crazy to see the world how it is right now. Keeps getting more and more likely that the next buzzword will be freedom of access to the internet. I do wonder if that will happen because companies really want to make freedom not happen. The tight control. Okay, it's coming over here. Oh, what the? Okay, well, whatever. And then if I reopen it, it's going to keep doing it. Same thing. I'm surprised that this keeps track of all this, but whatever. Looks good. This one looks not good. What the heck is happening here? Let me fix that. I thought they use the same rules, but I guess not. I just copy and paste this. Delete this. Okay, that'll be okay. I do want to test if I can flip through the runes real quick. Dinu says, yeah, I've seen that bit earlier. I'm at work, so I'm on and off as I can. Lol, sorry, I cannot follow all your life. No, it's okay. I wasn't complaining that you didn't hear already. I was just confirming that you did or not. Jeez. Okay. I don't think the flip is working right now. Because I feel like this should come up here and this should come down here if I do left and right flip. But it's okay for now. I want to make sure that I can equip only one rune at a time first. So let's do that real quick. As I was doing it, it's going to grab focus. The problem right now, it seems like the F I pressed is not being consumed. So I got to make sure that happens. On input. Do that on one of the inventory stuff. Make sure it consumes. Okay, cool. Because it auto assigned it. So once this happens, equip requested. I want to assign the index, I think. Yes. Yeah. Slot index is here. So on grab focus, I'm saying current used rune is this thing. Rather, I say current used rune inventory index will be this. Little mouthful. All right. So it'll be assigned. It's going to grab focus. On equip. Oh. Thanks for the follow. Kazoo HD and Spicy Chick. Spicy Chick. Spicy Chick says, hey Ezra, hi, welcome, hello. Hope you're doing well. McCray says, ooh, the book is cool. Did you draw that? No, it's the paper UI I purchased for $7 or something like that, $7 something on itch. It's the one thing that I download it. Spicy chicken says spicy chicken sandwich. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I thought. It's okay. So it's chicken, spicy chicken sandwich. That's exactly what I thought that name was. I didn't think anything else. Dinu says, it looks really interesting and fun. I'm rooting for you, bro. I've learned a lot from your YouTube channel. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope to give more learnings or share your exciting things in the future as well. All right. I'm getting distracted by my own thought here. On quick slot equip, I'm guessing this is when the equip command happens. The quick slot comes through. Currently used rune is nothing. It's going to assign it. Another thing I need to do is assign the rune index or something like that. Slot. Oh no, this is slot index, which is different, right? I don't know what it's using. It should hold inventory index information, I think. So over here, probably, is it being used anywhere? It is. Yeah, I'm gonna use another one. Inventory rune index. I get one by default. And that will equal to the current inventory index. So information about which index this is holding is transferred. Okay. Oh, little spiced chicken sandwich has unlocked the booster pack. Add it to the pool. Add it to the pool. All right. What else? That means anytime the equip does this, comes over here, we're equipping a rune to a slot index whenever this gets assigned. I kind of want to do it by the index instead of by the rune, so we have one source of truth here. Let me see real quick if I can figure this out. So if I get rid of this completely, right? So I'm going to do update render here and remove this. It's going to break a lot of things. And basically, slot index is still good. Instead of rune, it's going to have to be player state, inventory, and the index that's being provided by the inventory rune. If inventory rune value is greater than or equal to 0. And then we're doing update the render. When we're updating the render now, I guess, I guess this shouldn't be an export. This should be regular. And I think the export being rune itself is not a bad idea. Spell component resource equals value. And what this just means, I think, is instead of changing the inventory here, it's only updating. This is only a render based thing. So we're going to grab the rune like so, and then assign the rune to be this, which will update the rendering. And this only happens if the index is greater than that. So we reassign the rune on value being set of the index from the equipment. And then this will do equipment logic, where we grab the rune and we say this has been equipped. And equipment can only be set through the inventory index. Sick. Equip rune here. And what I'm gonna do, instead of equipping rune being the rune itself, it'll be inventory index. Because I want every rune equipments to be through the inventory as opposed to one-off. Because if I do one-off, there's a potentially source of trouble. So this will, I guess, never be null unless it is. So inventory index, what we're going to do here instead is, yes, push back null here. Slot index will be rune inventory index here. And we're going to say equipment has changed. This also means we can now keep track of inventory in use, which will be a dictionary of the index, which will be integer, and then Boolean. So we'll just keep track of this. Inventory in use. Excuse me. That means we're going to update this value to set the inventory index to be true. Equip rune. Right. And that also means unequip rune will be given a slot index and then the inventory index as well. This way, we can erase this. Equipped. Inventory in use. Erase this. And we're going to set this slot to be null. Hopefully. Same thing here. If the given index is not, then we're gonna push back null until it fits. I'm gonna set the slot index to be a null. Equipped runes have changed. And then we want to see function is inventory in use, which will be inventory index that's going to be provided. And we'll simply return if has the index as part of its thing. Okay. All right. A little bit of surgery here. Okay. Spellbook quick run slot, whatever. Can be like, oh, hey, I want to equip this. Instead of this now, we provide the inventory rune index. Yes, and that's okay. We're equipping it, so it's going to mark it as being used. And then it comes over here. It's going to update the render. Equip requested. There's nothing else. I want this to automatically delete the rune. So we have player global state. When inventory in use changes, we definitely want to submit or emit that equipped rune has changed. Potentially. So this is going to do it. It's going to trigger this. That means I want the quick slot to listen to that signal. So player, global player state, equipped rune changed, runes changed, connect, and on equip rune change, create that signal. I don't know if it nothing. Okay, cool. It's going to see. Saad says, is the game going to be free? It has to be free. Maybe I'll do name your own price, but not during the judge time, because I don't want people to not play the game just because of that friction. I want to get rid of as much friction as possible. Okay, when the equip rune changes, all I need to do is see if is inventory in use, and give the inventory index that I own as part of it. If this is the case, if this is no longer the case, meaning it's no longer in use that I used to be using, then it has to pop off, which means it's going to come over here, turn it to -1. It's not greater than 0, so it's going to assign this to be null. And if it becomes null, it's gonna come through down here, come over here and see that the texture is visible or visible based on if the rune is null. Cool, should work. All right, that means whenever I select, whenever I select the inventory slot, when I'm focusing on it, and when I say I want to interact with it, as soon as I interact with it, I need to unequip it, whether it's in use or not. So before emitting, I say, hey, player global game state, if it is in use, unequip the rune. I don't know about the slot index. I guess instead of unequipping the rune, I have the inventory. I gotta think about this right quick. Slot index is going to be... So if I don't have slot index to provide, it's not going to unequip appropriately. I need different type of signal. Equipped rune changed. The value within the slot index might have to change too, actually, if I want to do this appropriately. So if the equipped runes, right, so I'm going to change this. Big surgery is turning out to be a big surgery here. I can't do that. I can't do that. I shouldn't do. No, I can. Okay. inventory index. Okay. Oh, okay. This is a big fix. Sa says, please be free. Okay, okay. It'll be free. It'll be free. Well, the demo will be at least to a certain point. Maybe the final version would not be, but this like initial versions and demos and testing will have to be free, I don't think. If it becomes something, then I need to make some profit. But until then, yeah. All right, just give me a second. When I'm equipping it, I'm providing the inventory index. For inventory index, I can get the rune by getting this, right? So equipping rune is this. But I don't even have to worry about that. I could just simply go, hey, equipped rune for the slot. I'm just going to assign inventory index as that. And then set inventory being used, and then say equip has changed. For unequipping, I don't need to provide anything here. I'm just simply going to go through the equipped runes, and then find the first index of this, and then set that index to -1. Equipped index will be this. If this is greater than equal to 0, then we're going to assign it to -1. We don't have to manage any nulls or anything. That also means we're going to make this unused. And we're going to admit that the equipment has changed. Cool. That changed, meaning a bunch of these things will be broken now. Just make sure. What is this? Global player state. We fixed that. Rafa says, hi, Az. Game art is looking amazing. When can we test the Game Jam version? You got this. At the least, probably tomorrow, I think. And thank you. Appreciate it, Rafa. And welcome back. Sad says, to buy the game. To buy the game what? Sad says, bro, I am broke to buy the game. Happy GMTK Game Jam, everyone. Now it's the street. Happy GMTK Jam, everyone. Indeed. You know, Sad, look, you will be able to play the game for free. How about that? Yeah? If I do make it, and if you remind me, it's like, hey, during the Game Jam, you said I could, whatever. Maybe I'll give you a key and make you a tester, you know? If it comes to it. If it does come to it. But, yeah. Okay, hold on. Rune gets assigned. It's just simply a render only. Inventory. Equip rune here. Rune will be null. Making it delete it. I can do that. So on select here. Oh, there it is. I'm going to say, hey, unequip it. That is the inventory index. Unequip the inventory index. So we're going to say slot has been activated, meaning now we're going to equip this slot. And we're going to do equip action. Unequipping will auto trigger this, which will trigger this. And on equipped rune changed, it's going to check if it's in use. If it's not, then we're going to set it to -1. It's going to pop it off. Cool. What about when I'm assigning it? Okay. A few things I need to keep track here. slot index. It pops it off, which cancels it. Okay, as soon as I select something, as soon as I interact, equip is requested, meaning it comes over here on quick slot equip. Instead of the slot.rune, I want to set this to be the source of truth. Gets assigned. And then when I do that, equip logic runs. Okay. And then I want to pop the focus back to the first inventory slot. Grab focus. Okay. I think the inventory bar will still be broken. Actually. Yeah. So this one, which is the equipment bar, yeah. Instead of doing this, which is a equipped inventory index, or equipped inventory index, which we'll use. We're gonna basically, I guess we just passed that, huh? So we'll do that, which will be broken, but we'll come over here. Instead of doing this, we say inventory index is int. Down the street says GMTK stream is actually how I found Ezra last year. I remember something about muscles. Yes, there was a muscle time in gyms last year. Paval says, hey Ezra, thank you a lot for this jam. I have to go to sleep, but I possibly can wake up in a few hours and maybe I come back. But for sure, I will come again next days and watch your videos. Thank you. Have a good sleep. Goodbye, Paval. Or Pavel, I don't know. Down the street says, just saw the muscle.gd script in the stream. I see you're keeping it consistent. Yeah. We have a muscle mage. It's all about the muscle. Inventory index. We're gonna probably do, instead of rune, we're gonna say if this is negative, meaning nothing has been selected, it's gonna be deleted. Otherwise, we're gonna go player, global player state, inventory, which is rune inventory, and we're gonna get the inventory index. Boom. And grab that icon. Well, I mean, as spell component resource. Component icon. Cool. That's one fixed. Set active here. Set ready slot 0 to rune. I don't think I need this anywhere. I don't think that code is being used anywhere else. Hopefully this will just work. I have a feeling I missed a few spots. It's very much all complicated. This is okay. I'm gonna flip. Nothing's happening. Gain it. Go here. We got the runes. I'm gonna assign it to second slot. Nothing's happening. Not even. Oh. Okay. Hold on. There's something. Equipped rune condition validate pushback is true. Oh, interesting. Something's breaking here. Value pushback is true. I guess I can't just push back nulls, huh? If the slot index is this, I guess I could just push back -1 instead, because it's int now, so we can't just push back nulls. So that's okay. So that was breaking there at least. One at a time, one at a time. All right. Oh, stiff. Okay. Assigned. Second one is assigned. If I do this, this should go away. Nice. Cool. I can flip through. And then I go like that. It's at the third slot now. Second slot. First slot. Sick. It doesn't really show that it's been equipped, so I need to do that. Inventory slot. Now I can do this, where is in use can be triggered based on some signals here. Let's see. Ready. I can connect player game state. We're looking for equipped runes changed. Listening to this. On equip changed. Basically we're gonna see if global player state can tell us if the inventory is in use, which will be the inventory index. Whoops. And that will assign if it is in use or not on every change. So there's change-based triggers. Whoops. Ah. Uh-huh. Ha! Lovely. Oh, it looks so beautiful, everyone. It's working. And none of the other commands work. Great. I want us to put ESC to exit here. So let's do that. So close, everyone. So close. I like how most of the headache is just getting everything to line up and look pretty. I guess I'm going to do 32 by 32 here. And I'll just simply make a ESC key. Let me make it a little shorter. Oh, my wrist hurts all of a sudden. Jeez. A6 Giddy World says, yo, hello. Tony says, looks kind of like a book from Minecraft mode. IRS Noav. Jeez. right? Is that how you say it? I don't know. I mean, maybe, because the book is from the asset store, by the way. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's used somewhere else, by the way. Why does this look so bad to me? Just, it's not the image I want. Maybe it needs to be larger, actually, instead of having so much perspective. Maybe it needs to be smaller. Like that. I think it needs to be sharper. And then softer corner. Okay. There's too much slant. Does it look like ESC? Kind of. All right. Then I'll just do this. Good enough. I don't know. I don't want to be too picky about these. I get easily distracted with these type of things. One book. I'll just make a VBox or HBox, I guess. Container. Ivan says they should allow AI for the artwork. Doesn't it? Oh, no, it doesn't. I think the legality is still the issue. The whole idea of it being useful is good, but the whole concept of not being able to properly credit or pay appropriate parties is always the tricky part. Yes, it's nice, but, you know, once you start giving up on these, like, IP rights for individual artists, the line becomes really, really blurry. That's the main thing. You think it's not a big deal, but that's also because we haven't, if you haven't been affected by that, it's really hard to tell, you know? So while, yes, we can agree that would make life so much easier and it'll make it so much more even playing field for those who feel less confident in their art style or art skill. I think there's some benefit to it. There's really no easy answer. And as far as right now is concerned, I think it's good to bias towards protecting the creatives, because, you know, but yeah, I do know what you mean though. Don't think that I'm, you know, ignorant to what you're feeling. But as someone who also talks about like a proper use of resources, it's always a little tricky. But in your own time and prototyping, you could always use it. So, you know, for competition, I think that's always a good place to start. Mikuri says, ooh, that would look, no, I already read that. Tony says, looks kind of like a book from Minecraft. What palette do you use, by the way? Right now I'm just doing it based on fields. I don't have a limited palette. Basically, I drew the character, right? I first drew the character and I tried to limit the color as much as possible. And when I'm going away, so I drew the character in here. So I tried to stay here with some of the desaturated colors and only a few of them key colors being out here. So when I'm navigating it, I try to go opposite or here. I stay mostly here and then I go out like this. And whenever I notice myself using a similar color that already exists in the game, I shift the color to adjust to the color that I've already used. So I am doing limited palette in a sense that I make the key characters with certain palette, and then I do a basic like color composition rules like complementary, analogous, triad, all those things that I am familiar with. And then doing a proximity calculation. So proximity meaning I choose a color that I want within the design principle, and then if it's similar enough to replace that color with something that I've already used, then I use that instead. And that's what I'm doing with the palette limiting. Not as good as actually drawing a palette, but you know, I'm trying to be pretty loose with it. Thanks for the sub, I'm guessing. Sub on YouTube. Grant and G251X. That name sounds like some sort of like, what do you call? Logitech mouse name. There's some errors here I need to fix, but it's okay. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking for the label setup that I already use in one of these places. Key instruction has this one, so I'm just going to copy this actually. Copy and then paste onto this one. There you go. It looks like it doesn't really show. And then I can't really tell until it's in the game, so we'll see what it looks like in the game. Hotel Soap says you can still use AI, you just don't state it. I suppose you can do that. Okay, I guess this one, maybe I can outline it instead. Let's see. Or I could just bring it down like that. Better. Close to ESC. Sick. What happens if I do it immediately? Okay, good. Has some sort of logic to it. Visible here. We're gonna make it so that the escape instruction, close instruction becomes visible once the book is ready. And then it's the first thing that goes away when it's closing. Cool. Let me see what is breaking here. Spellbook, quick rune slot 32. Spellbook, quick rune slot 32. Invalid access to property or key equipped runes changed. Equipped runes changed. On a base object, global player state. Invalid access. Why is it invalid access? Is it because it's trying to access it before it's ready? I mean, it's a global state. I wonder what this is. I'm going to search this actually. Per key. Godot. I don't think I'm okay. So in the spirit of what you said, Hotel Soap, in the spirit of the competition and just generally self-propelling and integrity of success, I wouldn't feel comfortable just lying about using it or not using AI. Especially if it's the rule. But I guess the whole like mindset of like, hey, if you don't get caught stealing, are you actually doing anything wrong type of situation? Yeah, of course, morally speaking, it might be different. It goes to with every rule. You know, where do you draw the line of what is right or wrong? And you could technically say nobody can tell you what is right or wrong, and only you get to decide. But that also means that yes, you can do whatever you need to do that you feel comfortable. But if the consequence is a judgment, then you should be okay with that being judged, just as much as you feel wronged by being judged. So yeah. Everybody's free to do whatever, I guess. Hotel Soap says, I know a photography contest that decided to shut down because people complained all the winning photos were just AI generated and the judges could no longer tell the difference. Yeah. And that's the issue. At some point, you have to be like, okay, well, now this is accepted as a tool and then you have to do it. If you can win with it, you win with it. But at the same time, once again, where's your value? Is your value in being compared to other success? Or is it in the act of creating? And what part of creating do you care more about? And I think it's just managing your own expectation and value and all that. People are allowed to complain. People are allowed to do whatever they want. Consequence is a real consequence, and you know, freedom to do things doesn't mean freedom from responsibility on consequences and reaction. So as long as that is clear. Let's see, where was I was doing the thing, spellbook UI. Okay, so I was trying to fix what this meant. I do think that is because I'm trying to access the global value before it is ready, potentially. Property key. But I want to make sure. I mean, I guess technically I could do this by waiting for them to be ready completely if this is the last thing that I need to do. So, for example, this one, global player state. if I can get there. Over here. Though I'm surprised that it's not the first thing that got... You know what? I'm going to search it again. Not really sure. Godot. Access key. Access property or key indicates that you are attempting to access property or key on an object that is either null or nil. Cause you're trying to access the property method on variable that holds a null value. It can only be null because it's not ready, but then I feel like if it is null, it's going to be like, hey, you're trying to access a null value as opposed to being like it's invalid access. I'm going to do something here. So for this connection specifically, I want to await on this to be ready. And see if that reduces some of these calls. I mean, it's calling it 3 times, or it's on every ready. I want to see if that breaks it. Zuzu says, "Sup, big dog. Say hi back, as." Sorry, Zuzu. I saw it and I forgot to respond. That seems like it's okay. Okay, that seems like that fixed it. Interesting. Zuzu, we'd be having conversations here. Sorry. Okay. Still no bug here. Cool, cool, cool. I can assign. Pop. Ooh. Wait, what the heck? Alright, that's... I see. Okay, so it's no longer breaking, but now it's not. It's not connected. I guess I just need to let it break. Ugh. Kinda sucks. Oh, wait. I guess that was just one time thing? Weird. Oh, I know. It's because of the tool. Yeah, okay. All right, it's working properly now. I can cancel, I can assign, I can flip. Okay, cool. Next up. Why is this scaling so ugly? Maybe I need to NTLAs that one real quick. Rule bar. I guess there's no filtering here. I guess material, texture, filtering, linear for this one in particular, and see what that looks like. Okay, I guess I'll just have to do linear for these. Not my favorite thing I have to do here, but it's better than all that jagged looking thing. So, some decision there. Okay. All right. If I do E, I'm rotating it right, meaning this comes up, this goes here. Oh, I'm selecting this. Okay. Feels flipped. Okay, I need to do... I think it needs to be moving the carousel to the left. So it needs to be flipped, I think. Flip right. All right, cool. Zuzu, did you hear me say hi? Hi, Zuzu. Such an upset dude. All right, so equipment is good. Now that it's equipped, what I want to do is I want to be able to open. Oh, I know what it is. Do Do I fix that right now, actually? You know what? I'm going to do it because it's annoying me. Over here, I'm going to do this if engine hints is editor. Like so. And now is the global player state on rune inventory slot. Rune inventory slot. This one as well. If engine is editor hint. Do this. Cool. No title screen. But we'll get there. All right, now that that's there, Lexian TV says, hey, how's the jam going? Jam is going. It's been going pretty well. Things are looking okay. Idea is pretty solid. We're doing some UI stuff. Probably do tutorial eventually. Then I'm going to go over here. Oh, I can open. Inspect is F. So we go near it. We want the spell sheet to say F. So boom, boom, boom. So what's his name? Safety Wizard. And I think we probably need a interact label every time. So we're gonna create a UI under key icon. Probably create a scene called interact label. That'll be 2D here, and probably do HBox, and then basically we're gonna create a texture rect and a label here. This one's just gonna say interact, and it's going to have the texture F. Keep size, keep. Let's say center this, and layout, container sizing, center fill, and basically we're going to make this height 32. Beautiful. That's going to do that. Close that out. Interact label, I'm just going to bring it in here and do that. Font, can I get even smaller font? You know what? It's okay. Have to interact. Where's our muscle wizard? Focus, highlight, update, highlight, render. Let's highlight it. We're going to say this visible is simply if it is highlighted or not. By default, it's off. Same thing for the script sheet. Spell sheet here. Spell sheet. We're going to say interact label here again. Hopefully that didn't break anything. I don't know what I moved. On highlight render, I'll just say this. Okay, I'm getting to a spot in the jam where I'm starting to become a lot more sloppy with everything. But I think it's forgivable. Zuzu says, thanks, you're making my day. Okay, time to lock in. Going goblin mode, real. Exactly, we gotta go goblin mode. All right. F to interact. We come here, F to interact. I feel like the label needs to be on top layer, for example, for the visibility ordering here. Okay. F to interact. Cool. Font looks a little ugly, but we can figure that out later. Okay, cool. interact. Now I gotta be able to assign the equipped rune to the sheet. Immediately. That's gonna be a little bit complicated. So while the spell sheet is open, or the spell sheet UI, where is it? Spell sheet, peak UI. While this is open, we want to make it so that F, which is also interact button, is assign or write, and R is erase. So we'll take this here, and under the input, which it doesn't have actually. Let me think about this real quick. It's gonna tick. Control for the player is already taken. If I do, because it's on the canvas layer, if I consume input, everything else that's controlled by the character will be safe. Cool. So I'll have a function here called input for event. And basically we want to handle if it's visible, first of all. If it's not visible, it probably we should return out of this. It shouldn't do anything. Yeah. Lexian TV, I already said hi, but I don't know if you're still here. Sorry, I was taking a while to answer everyone here. I'm trying to get locked in here. I'm usually good about talking, but also I'm not good about chat attention, whatever, sometimes when I'm locked in. So forgive me. Is action pressed is going to be erased button. We made it so that player can move away to cancel. So I don't need to cancel anything. Interact means it's going to, Lexian says, you said it, I understand. I'm also working on game, not the gem. Oh, I see. This gem is always so fun. I mean, I have a lot of game project too for our streaming and stuff like that, but this has been exciting. Well, I hope you have a great time developing your game, co-working here. A lot of great ideas, I'm sure. I want to see what other people are making, but I just don't have time to peek. I want to see if what people are saying is the kind of like games that they are most excited about out there that people are working on, publicly at least. We'll see. I'm already getting hungry. That's not good. I want to stay on stream for a little bit longer. Maybe I'll order food. I really don't like eating food on stream, but we gotta do what we gotta do, don't we? My right eye feels a little puffy. Hopefully no infection. Like, if I touch it like this, it hurts. All right. When we interact, simply put, we want to essentially replace whatever's highlighted with the rune, unless it's locked. So first thing, on interact, place active rune on. We're gonna have this function, and then we're probably gonna get viewport handle is set input as handled here, and then the other one here will be erase rune, erase slot, rune slot, no undos. So this one is a helper function for now. And so we're going to have one down here, or up here, I guess. Could be more. Ah. Remove rune slot instance. Oh, why is that static? Oh, I guess it's because I'm doing a pooling. Smart. Not me telling myself I'm smart. This. And here, active. We got the sheet resource here, which gets updated. I believe we have records of which one is being active. Rune slot is highlighted. Okay, so we're looking for whatever is highlighted here. So var highlighted, a focused rune slot, which will be spell sheet rune slot, I think. Rune container is going to have a bunch of child, what is called rune slot. We have a lot of similarly named things. And we get the rune slot from... Hold on. Do I use this anywhere? I gotta take a look at what I did here. Remove sheet effect size. Da, 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 da. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't tell you which one is highlighted. Okay, cool. So we're gonna grab this and say get children of the container, which is rune container. Get children. And we're gonna filter by the slot which is highlighted. So rune slot is highlighted. So we're going to filter it and hopefully grab the one that's highlighted, meaning it's in focus. And then we're going to get the first one, which is front. And as rune slot. And if this is locked, we don't do anything. But if it's not locked, well, if it's locked, we're going to return. If it's not locked, we're going to replace whatever's in there, the rune, with, which is rune spell component, yeah, with whatever we have active from the active slot. So player, global player state, get active rune, and then place that in there. Ooh, let's see. Luxian says lock and do, don't worry. Thank you. Snackini says, hey, how is the game coming out? I think the idea and the graphics and everything along that's coming together looks nice. But you know, still a long way for it to finish. Sherman X says, I'm always eating on stream. Are you? Thanks for the follow, Ferg HD, by the way. That was 21 minutes ago. How did I miss that? How am I missing these notifications? I'm crazy. Thanks for the follow or sub on YouTube, Sinan Taka. My goodness, I'm struggling. All right. Ooh. Stretch. Maybe I need to get up a little bit. Just. All right. Yeah, that's good. All right, which means on active rune, that means get active rune needs to be a thing. Yeah, it should. Okay, so I'm going to say func get active rune will provide the spell component resource here. And basically, by default, I think, rune helper, we're gonna get the ID called empty by default if nothing's there. But we're gonna look at the active rune index from the equip rune. So we'll say equip rune, active rune index, which is the int and then we're going to grab that from the inventory. Very messy. Rune inventory, array. Yep. And that's what we're going to return. Now that means this one will be var equipped rune inventory idx, which will be int. And then we're going to try to grab that. And this one is freaking out right now because it's saying that cannot use subscript operator on base type. Oh, subscript. What is that int? What do you mean subscript? Can I use subscript operator? Subscript? What are we talking about? Oh, whoops. Equipped runes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so equipped inventory IDEX, rune inventory. We could say do this, and then this would be what we return. I guess if rune inventory dot size is less than, no, if the index that I'm trying to do is greater than equal to 0 and is less than the size, then there's an appropriate slot that I can bring it from. Except there's a chance that this, I believe, could be a null. Otherwise, I think it's okay. Okay, maybe that's okay. So get active rune is over here. Hey archives, welcome, welcome. Yeah, Sherman, the problem with eating on stream is like, it's like 50-50. Some people don't mind it, or actually, like a small percentage of people that don't mind it, and there's like a big percentage of people that's like really grossed out or like get triggered from the sound, and then there's the few percent that really loves it. And I'm like, okay. It's always, I try not to do anything that splits a room as much as I can. But I guess being a generalist is not also a good idea too. As a public figure, you want to be as much of a caricature as possible. In that sense, I am failing in that. All right, erase rune slot, same thing, focus rune. If it is locked, don't do anything. If it is not locked, we're going to just simply null that out. I think I can do that. Nulling it. Is a acceptable behavior, I think. Oh, it's not. Wait, what? Oh. I guess it doesn't like null. I suppose instead of nulling it, we want to slot an empty, I think. So we'll go here and say rune helper, get rune by ID, and bring the empty slot. Which, let's see. Lexian TV says, I have to go. Good luck with the jam. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. Icav says, good day. I really love it. Oh, you really love hearing people chomp on food and slurping. In my ear. Yum, yum. I don't know. It really depends. If it sounds too wet, I don't like it, I think. Drier sounds. Maybe. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe you have to be in the mood. I guess I never really like tried enough to know if I like it or not. I don't know if I want to find out. Okay, so empty rune. I can erase it. Commands are commands. Cool, 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 cool. All right, we're going to do edge case test first, meaning I'm going to try to write with something empty. Oh, broken already. Nice, nice. Out of bounds. It's saying active rune index is 0. Equipped rune is empty. Oh, cool. That's okay. Basically, what we're going to do here is if it is out of bound, right? So we're going to say -1 if active root index is greater than -1, no, not -1, +1 is greater than the size or equal to. Yeah, index +1. No. If the index is greater than equal to the size, then we want to do -1. Otherwise, we'll do this. Maybe that'll work. Okay. Oops. Okay, nice. Okay, open up. Equip this. Rotate. Okay. Oh, it doesn't save though. Okay, so it kind of works, but it doesn't save. Now we need to make it save. Main spell sheet. We're peeking at it. Spell sheet component resources. Rune inventory. Is this? Wait, this is the wrong one. Spell sheet peak UI. You have a spell sheet resource. This needs to be updated. In fact, we got to update the source instead of updating just the slots. So we'll update the source. Place active rune here. Instead of doing it on the thing, we'll grab the effects. Right. And grab the current index. Sheet resource current index. That also means I can just grab it. Anyways, doesn't matter. That will be the resource. And then I want to make that equal to the active rune. I guess spell component to be the active rune like that. Otherwise, we want to do this to be empty. Sat says, run the game already. I ran it. It failed. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, it's going to slot it. It changes the spell component. So I made it so that if this updates, on spell sheet update here, update rune index, is updating which one is being highlighted. Instead, I want to also update. Oh, I got to do update sheet render, I think. I got to run this. So over here, after removing things from runes, I got to update the render. Like so, hopefully. Okay. Let's see if this breaks everything. I'm going to check my text real quick. Haven't been paying attention to some of the text here. Well. Okay, no breaking. Grab my runes. Go to the menu. Equip the rune. Come over here. Right. All right. Let's see if I can... Oh. Erase. Erase. Works. Great, great, great. Okay, so I can just like keep writing. There you go. Sick. All right. Now, what's considered right, I suppose, in this grid specifically? I suppose we have to do diagonal instead. Would this be right? And this is up, up, right, left, down. Add emotes. Stop distracting me, Saad. I'm trying to do this. Okay. Now I can do spell effect. What does right do? Right changes the spell focus location. So I'm gonna do the rune handler now. Rune handler over here. So rune handler handles what each rune does. So we're gonna say over here, spell component effect. I believe there are a bunch of stuff here. Just don't remember what. I'm just gonna have to copy and paste these. Arrow right does something. Left does something. Blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. So we have right, left, up, down, and then shield. And we'll create these. Move focus, magic focus. Do this. Then this one's activate shield. Bind. Under explode, we're gonna do this. Direction 2. And then we're going to have shield. And then the source. This key doesn't work. Expected expression as dictionary key. Huh? What expression are we talking about? Oh, there's 2 commas. I was like, what's going on here? Okay. Should be good. Vector 2 spelled okay. Arrow, oh, I misspelled arrow up. Like so. Okay, cool. It'll come through. It's going to activate this. The sources are going to have a magic focus as a thing. Spell sheet. For this one particularly, spell sheet is the magic focus right here. I guess on activation, I should add the magic focus to its position initially. So, oh man, this is going to be complicated. Sherman says, I think my chat likes to watch because they ask why I'm not eating when I'm not, but it's more like they crave to eat the same stuff and I make no sound, so I'm sure it's not that. Oh, I see. Well, maybe I should eat. Maybe I should eat with my mic muted. Okay. Rune Handler. So I'm thinking, I'm already doing source as a key to see where the effects are so far. I don't know if I'm going to do a marker indicator for where the magic source is. I don't know. Because if I do up, right, explode, I feel like people might want to see where it is at. The magic focus, that is. So when the thing gets executed, it does this. And during explosion, I made it so that it just explode at the position of the source. Instead, I think I want to upkeep the source focus. So I want to have a map here that I keep track. And I don't know if I on reset if the focus needs to be, yeah, it needs to be reset too. Okay. So it'll be magic focus cache or store. And it's going to be a dictionary of a variant, meaning the source of the magic and its position. Vector 2. Like so. We're doing execute run. That's fine. That's a rune handler. On magic timeout, on pause, that's fine. That's okay. Execute rune. I suppose I want to show where in the execution we are. Rune index. So basically, if rune index is 0, meaning it's just got reset, we want to put the magic focus to be at relative position 0, 0. Like so. So resetting on rune index 0. I want to see where else this is being run. So we're doing it on spell sheet specifically. And the index would be current index. Like that. Cool. So on index, it's going to reset the focus location. This is going to keep track of where the focus is. This will move things. So we'll just go boop, magic focus store. Get source. If it doesn't have it, just going to be 0, 0. Var focus position will be this. And then we're going to move the focus by the direction times the step. Direction normalized times the step distance And step distance for now will be half of a tile size. And so the tile size right now is 56 by 43. So X and Y is different. So 56 by 43. We're going to do 56 by 43 divided by 2. So on the rune handler, step distance will be vector 2 of 56 divided by 2 and 43. That's a little awkward. We'll see. So this is a step distance, which means instead of yeah, I think that's okay because it's gonna multiply each component by that. So we're moving the focus position this way. I want to draw the focus position of each magic so that I can actually see a little dot. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a little magic focus. Sprite. Let's make a tiny, tiny stuff. Call it the magic focus. And maybe it can be a little animation that just flips through. I want it to be a little bit bigger, huh? Maybe this is it, actually. Let's fill it up. Want it to be really intense. I guess I could play this. Like that. Okay, cool. Dong, 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 dong. So we'll call this Magic Focus. Technically UI, but I wanna put it under a thing. Magic Focus. Coding is so much fun, yay. It is fun. I like coding, especially if it works out nicely. Okay, so we have a magic focus here. What we're gonna do is create a little scene for the effect. 2D node called magic focus. And give it the animated sprite. And that's gonna be just one of these things. Spell book, spell effect, focus. 8 by 8. I want it to reset to normal. So I'll probably add this at the end. Okay. So this is it. Touch script. Magic focus will be under spell effect. On ready, it's going to connect to the magic handler. Rune handler. And it's going to listen to magic tick. Connect on magic tick. It's simply going to play default. So on tick, it's going to go blip, blip, right? And then when a new focus is added for spell, so spell sheet. Rune handler, okay, cool. When I'm executing on 0, it resets the position. Basically, when I'm resetting, if has source, meaning if it doesn't exist, if the magic focus doesn't exist, I want to make a new version of the magic focus. So we'll just go there is no magic focus. I'll say, okay, well then we'll assign the source to a new instance of magic focus. Magic focus instantiate. Hopefully. Oh, there's a store. I guess instead of vector 2, I could just do magic focus here. And then this will be added as child of the spell sheet, I guess. Source, child, the magic focus. Sa says, if it does not exist, then it does not exist. If it is as simple as that. Exactly. What is so hard to understand about this? Okay, so if it is this, we're going to say a relative position of this specific magic focus position will equal to vector 2 of 0, 0. Cool. This is a relative position to the magic focus. Only problem is that if the source changes, then the focus also changes. I actually don't want to add it as a child of this thing. I think I want to add it as a child of the world. I'm going to say world as child of focus. Its position actually needs to be reset to the source's global position. So we get the magic focus and its global position will equal to the global position of the source. Right, we're adding it. We'll we add it and then we set the global position here. Cool. So if it doesn't already exist, we do this instead now for this thing here. We're gonna grab this and we're gonna move the focus, which is gonna be magic focus. We're going to change its global position to itself plus this. Nice. Let's say that breaks. Oh. Okay. Kind of. A little messy, but not bad. All right. One, two, three. Oh. Okay. Something funky happened in the beginning, though. Its position didn't get set to this immediately. We need to make it so that the global position of this immediately gets set to that instead. Okay, I'll restart the game again. Sat says, what is the point of that thing? It's the focus of the magic. So, for example, because I need to indicate where the magic is going. So right here, if I go like that, watch. It moves like that. Oh, but it doesn't reset. Why doesn't it reset? Does it make sense? It switches where the magic is. It starts with 1. Interesting. That's okay though. Two, 3, and then it's 0. Okay, cool. I want to see it get reset though. It doesn't reset. Oh, it doesn't reset because it resets and moves immediately. I see. It moves to the right from the get-go. So you don't get to see it come back to the center. Which is okay, I guess. Saad says, based on the direction of the arrow? Yeah, it is. I think what I need to do instead for doing this, instead of immediately moving it, I need to do a tween of this position. So move tween, we create tween of set trans to be cubic here. And then the movement will happen as a tween property. So it doesn't jump. So we're going to grab the focus and change its global position to this value within, I don't know, 0.3 seconds, I guess. Depending on the clock, it's 1 second clock, so maybe I can do 5. Focus position, temp focus, like that. So now you can actually see it glide. It pops back in and then glides, I think. Okay, talk to this person. Go over here, set this. Come over here. Oh, it resets. Good. Okay, cool. So if I go like that. Oh, yeah, that's correct. It's just not exploding on the focus spot. So we need to do that now. So for explosion, instead of exploding on the spell source, we want to grab the focus, right? I'm going to say focus position. And doesn't matter. Spell source will be that. We'll probably do this instead. Actually, hold on. Copy this. The focus position will be set to this. Hold on. Okay. Same thing here. When it's 0, I'm going to reset that. And on explosion, instead of doing all of this, I'm going to set the explosion to the focus global position. Sick. Sot says, is it a chill game or a combat game? It's supposed to be kind of chill. Okay. But I guess I need to make sure that little focus doesn't cover all the things, because that's kind of annoying. Maybe I need to make it so that the focus only shows when you highlight it. Like that. You see? Now it's safe. I can stand here without worrying about it. Nice. Hey, Raymond, Bright Bugs. Welcome back. Well, look at that. Some magic moves based on the arrow. I suppose this magic focus for the source should only be visible when you're interacting with it. I guess, right? Yes. So what I'm going to do here is make a function that says show focus, magic focus, which just simply says get source if magic focus store has source visible equals true, And then we're going to have the other one that hides it. Its visibility. By default, it's hidden. Like so. And what I'm going to do is on highlight spell sheet. When I'm highlighting it, update renderer. I guess I asked the rune handler or spell handler, I guess. What's it gonna call? Handler, magic. To show magic focus. If it is true, if true. I also want to do this. I guess I should do it down here. Like that. So hopefully the spell focus shows up when I'm interacting with it. So by default, you get to see all the pretty things. When you go into it, it's like, do this, but it's like saying I can't do it because visible is not. I have a lot of issues with spelling, apparently. Visible is not a property. Britbugs, aka Raymond, says, what's a chill game? What? Hold on. There's a lot of thing going on. Let me read what's going on YouTube here. Raymond is like, hi, this is Raymond. Sod says, every stream I go into, they always make a chill game. Is this a curse? I mean, I don't know if it's chill or not. It really depends, right? If there's a lot of danger where you have to be like, I gotta quickly put runes and then avoid all these danger, it could be not chill. But you know, everybody has a different definition of what chill is. Like that. Oh, see? That looks good. So I get it. A little run tunnel. And then I get a little thing. And then I go over here. Assign it. Wait. Oh, that's right. I gotta redo this. It's gonna explode over here now. Nice. Now it's safe. Hey, I love it. It's basically an RPG, I guess. And then I can erase. It's still safe. Okay, so focus shows up. I need a little bit of tutorial on what magic focus is. It's interesting that it doesn't let me flip through unless it's the first one. Anyways. Interesting. There was a weird bug there. Whatever. I'm not real worried about it. Okay. Tony says, so cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Cooley. Hi, Cooley. Chill game. Brightbug says, I'm not defending anyone, but chill games are fun, but I don't think so. He is making chill game. Brightbook says, I feel like it's an RPG. I guess it could be an action RPG of some sort. It really depends. I think it's a puzzle, a little bit of an action puzzle potentially, but we'll see how it goes. Sad says, wow, yes. Brightbook says, nice. Sad also says, how about you? Brightbook says, I am participating as well. Cool. Yeah, it is GMTK. Okay, so I have a bunch of runes that are working. Explosions there. I suppose I should make the next level. Because right now the right exploding here is only going to explode this one right there, right? Which I guess I should make it so that it breaks. So let's make a character here. We're going to make a pillar character. Whew. It's slowly coming together. I think most of the basic features are here now. And I just need to add a bunch of runes, tutorial messages, and more puzzle. So I think I'm going to have to replace this with the other thing. But once they get out, right? Once this breaks, he's going to have new things to say. And at base level, I think, I'll add more levels here. So let's draw some stuff. Let's see. We'll do draw. Pillar comes through. Dum, 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 dum. Like so. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Open up. And start to see some spots here. Guess I'm going to keep this. Let's see. Not sure what I'm going to include here, but we'll figure it out. What's the next puzzle? So we have the movement puzzle. So explosion, you slide it over and obtain it. You can break out of here, do whatever. This is just a decoration here. I'm going to put little decorations like so. Oh, hydrate. Hotel Soap says, I have a theory that people who play indie games don't actually like video games. Otherwise, they'd be playing AAA games. Oh, is that the theory? It's like saying people who only like quote unquote good coffee don't really like the taste of coffee, and they need it to be not tasting like actual coffee. I've heard that theory before. Now, is that true or not is a separate question. People be liking things that they like, you know? It's like if you have preference and taste in things, like, does that make it so that you don't actually like it? Like, do you have to like every version of something in order to say you like it? You know what I mean? Slightly gatekeeping behavior, in my opinion. Maybe more than slightly. But yeah. Okay. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do here, but I definitely need the next puzzle. So So we had the puzzle progress. I'm going to teach about the ticking. I'm going to teach about moving the danger. Or not moving the danger. Yeah, moving the danger. I guess I should give a down arrow first. That means I'll be able to help players avoid the danger first instead of exploring the pillar first. And then that will reveal the fact that you can pick up a spell sheet. And once you pick up the spell sheet, now you have that as part of your spell activation. Okay. And then once you pick it up, you talk to the NPC. NPC's like, oh my gosh, you picked it up. You know, you can... No, I think maybe not. Because mutation is something else. So I'm going to say, oh my gosh, you picked it up, but be careful. None of the magic stops. Right. Cool. I think next thing is mutation rune that needs to be picked up. So for oh my gosh, you picked it up. If you give it to me, I can try to extract the runes. And then they will help you extract the rune. Yes. Okay, cool. Next one is going to be mutation, because I want people to be like, I'm going to mutate the arrow to explode different direction. That's the puzzle. Okay. Zuzu says, wait, could you repeat the AAA question? AAA question was that Hotel Soap on Twitch was like, I have a theory that people who play indie games don't actually like video games. Otherwise, they would be playing AAA games instead. Indicating that Hotel Soap thinks that if you really like game, you would rather play a AAA game than a indie game, is what Hotel Soap is saying, which I don't agree with, but, you know, that's why I made the coffee comment. Hotel says, I like the coffee example. I think the coffee is true. So I've heard people say that, and I'm not sure if everybody will agree with that. Zuzu says, also specifically coffee tastes so different from normal coffee that you can almost see them as separate things. So, yeah, right. So it's like people who say I like music, but then they only like very like taste select music, and they don't like the popular music. Would you say they don't like music? Because if we spread out the number of things that are available, so coffee, music, it doesn't matter. If there are 100 games and you only like 2 of those games, does that define you as you don't really like games? Because when I say I like something, you say it as if you bring me this thing that I tell you, I'm probably going to like it. So if we say, speaking in a very like probabilistic term, you could say, yeah, that's true. You don't really like it. You just like few. But it's like, you know, when people say it, that means they have passion towards it and they have a very specific taste, you know? So you gotta really think about this, because it doesn't really apply to everything. When people say something, you can't take their word for it. You gotta take what they intend for it, right? So, Bill, is it Billy or Bill? Oh, Bill Woo Woo says indie games are the best, though. I mean, I believe that too. I prefer indie games because what I like about game is not just dopamine rush and just satisfying fun, right? What I look for in game is different things like immersion, a very specific storyline or very specific gameplay that I feel unique about. And sometimes AAA games does that, but oftentimes they're quick money grabs, so they don't really do that all the time. Hotel says, because if you drink 2 coffee a day, you have to get low sugar coffee. People that only get coffee once a week get that high sugar coffee. Quilly says, indie games are made with love and soul. AAA games are after profits, typically. Saad says, oh my God, you picked it up. Kind of. Zuzu says, sounded dumb the first time. Sounds like you're onto something the second time. I don't think you could ever say I like indie over non-indie, single to AAA. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's what I'm saying here is that my gut reaction is when I say I like indie games and I prefer that over AAA, it doesn't mean, to me, it doesn't mean that I don't like games. It means I like games. I just like quote unquote good games. Just like how I say I like good food. I don't like all the food, but I like food. I like tasting food. When I say I like food, I mean I like enjoying and exploring different aspects of food and taste and describing all those things. So what I like about it is the exploration. What I like about it is discerning what I do with it. Being discerning is part of the fun. Being an expert at it. So I don't know. What does that mean? I just want to make sure that everybody needs to be careful of what they say in terms of like, kind of like blanket statement. So we'll see. Saad says, so it's like you study, but you do not like to study, but you study because you have to. Zeus says, feels like I confidently say I like a single or double A over AAA. Yeah, me too. So for me, I have a better chance of liking the published game if they're not released by a AAA studio. The chances of me enjoying the game is higher with the non-AAA title. Doesn't mean I don't like AAA title. There are sometimes cases that I like AAA title. And I know why, and I don't have to explain what that is. I would argue there are more indie games. So if we define what you like, the fact that you like something as a spread probability, if you say I only like AAA games, I only like high fidelity games because that's worth my time, and that to me means you like games. Then if you spread it out and say how many games are out there and how many percentages AAA games take out of all the games that are available, it's a lot less. So by the numbers, you don't like most games, so you don't like games. So we could argue, if you say you like AAA games, you don't like games. Flip side of that is AAA people would be like, hey, but like that is game. It's high fidelity, good graphic, good audio. It's a lot of money. This is the best game can be by quote unquote definition. So if you if you don't like that, you don't actually like it. So that's the other side argument. I think both are wrong, but we'll see. Zuzu says, I also think AAA lost its meaning in some ways. It kind of did, actually. Zuzu said, invite me on podcast. First podcast we can get philosophical. Yeah, we can. I think that could be fun. Philosophically speaking, a lot of these things can be really like uncertain, you know? Anyways, all right. So avoid the danger. You can pick it up. You can extract runes from the spell sheet. And you can get that from Safety Wizard. Safety Wizard says, I can extract runes. Cool. You know what? I could do something with the level here. So instead of trying to break through these pillars, what I'm going to do is basically put the maybe I can't do that. I was gonna be like, I'm trying to progress this naturally, right? I gotta think about the level design here. The first thing is placing a rune and seeing this having effect in the world. So it's okay if the pillars break and the player can go through. The next obstacle, I want to make it so that you have to pick up the sheets. Right. Okay, that makes sense. So first one, I'm going to make it so that the spell sheet is right here. I'll put the spell sheet right here, maybe? Yeah. And then it's going to break through these things. I'm going to remove this for now so I can replace it with characters. It's going to explode it. Player can go through. And once they come through, they're going to face specific... Oh, yeah. They're going to face more pillars that are blocking the way. And that means player needs to bring the magic over to somewhere else. That means I need to pick it up in order to do that. So that's the next level. All right. So the idea is we're just going to temporarily put these pillars over here. So we're going to have probably like that. Like so. So it's like, oh, you're still trapped. You got to bring the spell over. I might even shorten this actually. So I'm going to do this and put this on the upper layer. We'll put this up here. Put this on the upper layer. Then you have to break through here. And you come down. And you can't break through here yet. So this will be some other path. Some secret path. And you come over here. And then I suppose you can see into this area. So I taught them manipulate magic to break, pick up the magic and transfer the magic. And then I want to teach them about mutation, rotating things, or interaction, right? Okay, that I need to figure out. Sat says, add a rotating camera. Rotating camera? What? You're just telling me to add just a bunch of random stuff. Okay. Cow. Explosion, carry explosion. Come over here. Come through. Suzu said, add the ability to play music in between. You guys are just distracting me here. I know what you're doing. You're just trying to distract me, aren't you? You're not trying to really help me. Okay. You guys are funny. All right. Come through. Blah, blah, blah. Come in here. Break the thing. Come over here. The next thing I have to discover, I think, are maybe... Ooh, I know what I'm going to do. Absorption magic. Stop, Sod. Stop spamming. I definitely need to put mutation somewhere. So let's think. Mutation means change in orientation. Okay, so if I have a spell sheet of explosion with the arrow, so if it's like a 3-sheet spell, 3-sheet spell, where first one is locked mutation, second one is empty, because mutation means it's going to mutate the next one. So mutate the next, which will rotate the direction, and it's going to explode. So but you already have a right explode. So next thing, I think, if you do right, it's gonna point up. Sad, stop spamming. Stop spamming. I have to mute you if you do that. I don't know what you mean by add rotating camera. Oh my goodness. Let me think about this. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Because the easiest mutation is the rotational mutation, right? So the puzzle is, it's forcing the arrow to mutate. So I'm going to make it so that the mutate is pointing up. So I'm like, put the arrow in. It's going to, so location is important. So I have to be creative with that. Mutate 1 points up, and then if these are empty, so if I say mutate empty empty, player is going to try to put arrow explode, which means it's going to explode up instead of right. You know what? I'm not going to make it available for pickup until later, I think. So I think I want players to try and solve puzzles here. So if I put mutate arrow explode, player can come and try to put the arrow here, and that's going to misbehave. Okay, cool. I got it. So the first spell sheet for this one in tutorial, hopefully it's okay. My only concern is that it not being fun. So we got the spell sheet here. I'm going to go edit this to only have 3 slots, so that you understand what placing it where means. And then explodes it. It comes over here. I'm going to put another spell sheet here. I'll call this mutating sheet. And this one, I'll put over here, right? And spellbook, page, spell sheet resource. I'm going to create a new resource called spell sheet. Call it mutating page. And this one is going to have mutate empty instead of, well, yeah, mutate empty explode. So it'll always explode at the bottom. So I can't solve this problem. Instead, let's say mutate empty explode. It's going to point up. You know what? Maybe I need to just pick up the mutation rune. Oops. Just Covino, welcome. Hello, Raiders. Samikins here. Covino here. Welcome, everyone. Sad, dude. I have to mute you if you keep doing that. Welcome, welcome. Shiny's activated, of course. Shiny's been pretty prevalent. I think we need to reduce the shiny chance now. Covino's here too. I guess I should shout out here. Shout out. Just Covino. Welcome, Raiders. I'm trying to level design right now. I got the first thing happening. So instead of the sheets, I think this one's going to be rune pickup. So I want players to see that this is what happens. And then they can explode right here. And I want them to experience the mutation somewhere. So got to find the mutation rune. Probably here. This is going to have, first slot is going to be just mutation rune, I think. So we'll say rune. Boo. Boo what? Just Covino says, lol, how's it going? I'm trying to focus on trying to make some level design. It's going okay. It's going okay. It looks good, but, you know, we just got some basic stuff taken care of. So I'll show you a little bit. Boo you? Boo hoo? Boo hoo? Hey, hold on. Shoot. Something broke. This is what happens when you're making a bunch of changes. I'm going to get rid of this one for now. Saad says, he is an artist, I think, but he is good. Brightbug says, how do you manage all the asset creation? I like doing the asset art, but okay. All right, everyone. Obviously, collision is not taken care of properly. This is the game. It's about looping magic. So, as you can see over here, magic is a code. So you're supposed to code in order to, you know, execute magic. You can see this one is exploding every second one. And, you know, that hurts me. I don't like that. If I talk to this guy, he's like, hey, I found this rune. I don't think it helps. So I go over here. Say, oh, it's an arrow rune. So I'm going to equip this. And say, you know what? I'm going to go over here. And then put the arrow. So now you can see it moves the spell focus to the right every loop. So basically this game is about coding your magic. Like so. So now I can avoid the danger and pick it up. So right now I'm designing some levels here. I'm going to have a pillar that's destructible. So with this, it'll destroy this hole. And once it becomes safe, you can pick it up there where you need to hold the button down. So you can pick it up. Once you pick it up, I think it'll unlock the explosion rune. So we come here. I'm going to destroy the pillar with my magic. Cool, cool. And then I'll come over here and find that there's a sheet with mutation. So instead, over here, I'll probably have another one. Basically, another spell sheet. For now, I'm just going to keep this as this. And this one probably is over here. Like that. This one has mutation on it. Or actually, maybe it should be over here. Mutation on it. And we'll put a wall, I think. We'll just put a little mossy wall. Level design is always a little bit of a challenge, but it can be fun. Right is over here. I want this to be right there. So like that. And pillar. Here, probably. I'll make it here, actually. No, I should put it right there, actually. So, for example, this one, probably do one of them. Actually, it should. Up is right here, right? It's going to go right there, explode this area. So this might actually impact this. So I'll put pillar down here. This one, I guess I'll just wall this up instead. Like that. So this one has a mutation rune. So even if you put the explosion on, I got to make it so that it's safe from the attack from the right. So I'm going to probably put it like there. And that'll make it so that, hold on, I gotta delete this. Put this like this. And so the spell sheet, while I can pick it up, it doesn't really do anything. So I'm gonna put it like this. So mutation on it. So you have to understand what the mutation does with the arrow in order to solve this puzzle. So you see that the arrow gets changed through the mutation. Oops, sorry. Hard C says, I'm back. There are errors in your nodes. There are a bunch of errors in my nodes, as it does. The North Pole Light says, good night, folks. Oh, bye. Well, welcome, Raiders. Sorry. Proxiping. Is that right? Thanks for the follow. Cooley says, my internet keeps going on. I hate my ISP. Oh, I'm sorry. You got a shiny? Did you get a stash? Oh, Smith got the stash. Well, anyways. Okay, so we have that. What else? Once I solve the mutation puzzle, I want to come over here. Yeah, mutation puzzle is fixed. Once I acquire the mutation, yes, it's going to be mutate, solid, explode, and then the mutation is locked. Mutation puzzle gets solved. Come here, and then I think you start to see some more complicated world. Oh my god, that level design is going to be really confusing, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. All right. I'm gonna go get some water because I haven't hydrated myself since somebody redeemed hydrate. I'll be back. It's about that hour where my face get lit up by the light. Okay, still okay. So I don't have to close the window just yet. It kind of feels nice. So I'm not going to adjust anything. Gotta get my music back on though. Mech Genderman says, "Oh, sick. What? What are you saying sick to? Are you talking about the strawberry or my little GMTK submission?" Okay, so I'm gonna make. Okay, first thing first, I gotta make a breakable pillar. That's what I want to do, so that I can solve the first puzzle myself. Under character, we'll probably do one that's like world. And we'll create probably a scene of character body. This is going to be, I guess, just environmental character. Specifically pillar, but suppose this can be animate a sprite here. That's fine. And then it's going to have a hurt box, right? Hurt box. Where it gets hurt. It'll be hurt box. It doesn't detect anything. It's monitorable, but not monitoring. And then this one will have collision, which I guess it depends on the character, so it doesn't matter. Script, world environment character will be under the world character. Class name, environmental character. And obviously it's going to have starting health, which should be an integer. And then we're going to have current health. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Triangle. Okay, so the current health will be an int. And then var max health will be int as well. This one will have a function called damage with the amount. That's going to do something. I probably put yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Have few animations here. I'll say this since this is the environment. I'll have, depending on the health situation. So current health will be max between 0 and current health minus amount. And basically, when it hits 0, if current health is less than or equal to 0, we want to play death animation, whatever that is. And then we want to destroy itself, which I guess is whatever. Otherwise, we're going to go by the health percentage here. So maybe all environmental characters have 3 health, maybe not. We'll see. So basically, with standard of something, I think we can do this actually. We can have some export values. Export var damaged, small damage, or small damage limit. I don't want to do percentages here. I want to actually, so for example, if starting health is 3, small damage is 2, our large damage limit, and then destruction is 1. That's okay. So we're going to do if small damage is current health. If current health is less than or equal to small damage limit, then we'll play the small damage or slightly damaged animation. Elif, if this is small damage to large damage limit, then we're going to play the large more damaged or significant damage, significantly damaged animation. So it plays all that so that it progresses appropriately. Otherwise, if it's bigger than all of that, then it's gonna just play the default. Play default. Cool. So it gets damaged. If it hits 0, it disappears. This is good because the explosion will handle that automatically. So I'm gonna make inherited scene of this and call this the pillar character. And I'm gonna provide this. And then the save for this is under the world character. Saad says, what is a game story? I don't know. Like you find yourself in a weird magical world. You're like a wizard is a real thing. Okay.
like wizards exist in this world, like a mage is a thing, but you know, you don't remember what happened, but you find yourself in this dungeon slash magical mayhem or the world. And basically, as you're discovering your memory or discovering truth behind this dungeon where magic is running amok and never stopping, you find out your involvement in this world, what this dungeon is made out of, why it's here, and how you find yourself here. Basically, slowly unlocks, if that makes sense. Let's see. What was I doing here? Pillar, right? It's character. World character called pillar character. Pillar character. And this one, I'm going to create a new sprite frame. And so basically we have default slightly damaged and have significantly damaged. And then we have death, right? Death, which is just going to be empty. Default for this one is going to be just from the map tile set. And so this one's the size, I forgot the size of these. Or the size of the tile. Size would have 58 by 69. 58 by 69, okay. So we go here, open, 58 by 69. So we have this. Slightly damaged will be this. Significantly damaged is this. No loop, no loop. Loop, death. Cool. And by default starts as default. For this one, collision shape is the entire grid. So I'm going to do polygon here so that it matches the shape. Like, hold on, I gotta move this up. That. And I suppose I could just make this collision shape a little bit more generous. Could just be like that. I'll skew it down. Transform, not skew, squash. So we'll do 0.7 here. Like that. So if we have that, hopefully it'll just work. That's the hope here. I can just drag and drop this right here. Then pillar character right there. It's clearly, I wanted to Y sort with this, but it seems like it doesn't want to do that. I thought I turned on Y sort here. Yeah, it is Y sort enabled. Is it not including? Why wouldn't this be? Oh. Why would this be Y sorted? Are the mages? I guess, oh, it just shows that it's not Y sorted, but it will be, I think. Whatever, this whole sorting situation is always so ugly. I hate it. Let's see what that looks like. Heart says, look behind you. Ah! What's behind me? Games related dishes. Hi everyone. So where's the loop? Oh, loop? It's the magic loop. Everything is looping. Magic is always looping. You see? Wait, why is it going back? Wait, that's not correct. Hold on. Something broke there. So in this world, the spell always loops. I mean, that's the idea at least. Erase this. It seems like it's going back and forth. It wasn't doing that before. I don't know why it's doing that now. Wait, why is it? That's a new behavior. Anyways, we'll figure it out. And maybe because they're the same thing here. Let me delete this and see if it fixes it. Hey, Cooley. But it's pretty clear why it's a loop, right? We have a magic that plays in a loop. Oops. Okay, it's working now. It was freaking out because it was sharing resource with the other one. It wasn't unique. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Seems like this is not taking damage right now, which kind of sucks. I want it to take damage. Environmental character. I feel like this should trigger, but it's not. It may be because there's, let me see. Let me look at the explosion here. Explosion. I thought I made it so that whatever is overlapping will receive damage. Let me see here. Nodes in range. Oh, nothing's in there. Interesting. Okay. That makes sense. Thanks for something, somebody. Who was that? Thanks for the sub on YouTube, Bree. Archive says, how's it going? It's going all right. I'm trying to get this to inflict damage, but it's not really doing it. I thought the hitbox will enter that area. So we have a hitbox and the whole thing moves together, right? This one is hitbox and it detects hurtbox. It's monitoring, not monitorable. Environmental character. Oh, that makes sense. Because it doesn't have a collision shape. So I need to add a collision on this. So for collision for this one, thanks for follow, Dr. Fizzles. Fizzies or Fizzles? Fizzles. Hello, hello. All right, tell me that this is obvious, right? Like, I'm not crazy in thinking that this is a very obvious reason why this is a loop, right? Like, it's not that difficult to understand, I think. Hopefully. Okay, let's do that. All right, so now we're gonna save this, restart. Hard says, how much hours left? How much time left? And then it says another 5 hours. No, more than 5 hours. GMTK game jam. What do you mean? Why is Sod trying to troll everyone? I'm Sod. 1 day and 18 hours left. Plenty of time. So we're gonna come here, get the right rune. Put it in. We're going to, oh, shoot. Write that in. Explode. Okay, it's right here. At least it's impacting it. Oh, it just died immediately. Okay. Pillar character. Starting health 3, 2, 1. Wait, did I make it so that it's more than one damage? That's a lot of damage. Heart says, bruh, I hold 2 days. You can do it. Hopefully. I think it is doable. Gold Experience 213, is your game? Yeah, this is my game. Basically, I'm trying to make it so that you're coding magic. Okay, it is 1 damage. Comes over here. Wait. Oh my. Wait, what? Oh, whoops. I guess I didn't set that up, huh? Equals starting health. Max health. Equals starting. There it is. That's why. So. Bro, I hold 2 days. You can do it. Jeez. Yeah. We hold everything. We hold it all. There you go. It's still exploding it in a single shot. What the heck? Oh, whoops. Current health. All right, that makes sense. All right, here we go. Now it's gonna work. Nay. Why didn't it play the next one? Significantly damaged. I mean, that's probably a bad name. Uh-huh. Oh, I know why. I'm so silly. There you go. Okay. Hey, first puzzle done. Yes. Oh. What? I guess I set it up wrong. Guys, this is actually really difficult. Tricky Lady says it was a sprite you were drawing in or something. A sprite, yes. This ASE, ACE, ASC, Prite. It's misleading. I wish it was spelled a sprite, like just regular sprite, but Ace Prite. I don't know why. Makes no sense to me, but yeah. Explode. Boom. Explode. Yay. Boom. Nice. Okay, now I can go here. Cool. Okay. All right, next thing. I was thinking about this earlier. Right now I can go through all of this, so I'm going to make a empty wall that I can't go through. So over here, I'm going to activate probably this and select this and paint physics layer like that. I also need to select this and paint the texture origin to be something else. This one is texture origin. Where is it? Physics. Texture origin is somewhere in here. Rendering, animation, rendering, -13. So I'm going to make this -13 as well to match everybody else. Should work, right? Thanks for the follow. Alexander Coates. Welcome. Tricky Lace. Ooh, yeah, that explains. Automatic Games uses it all the time too with GameMaker. That's why I thought yesterday you had GameMaker open. Oh, I see. I guess, I mean, it's like pretty common tool that people use within the space for pixel artists. Tricky Lady said, I just thought that was standard programming GameMaker. It might be. It's definitely a standard program that a lot of pixel artists use these days, at least. Brettbuck says, I usually Libre Sprite, but I struggle with color theory. My brain just explodes when I try to make my own palettes. Like, your problem is thinking too much, I think. Just look at the, basically copy the nature is your answer, I think. All right. So physics layer here. This is not going to work too well, is it? Because I can't just wall this, even if I put a non-passable. I need to make this. Okay. It's a little tricky, huh? I think I need a new tile map layer for collision layer, ground collision layer. And then we want to load this. And for this one, it's aligned with this ground. So we're going to just draw this in. So I got to make sure all of this. I should probably give it a little bit of color though. Physics. Force show here. So I can actually see what's going on, what I'm drawing. For now, I'll do this like that. Okay. So I can't go through that. Should be good. Let's test that. All right. Talk. Get the thing. Equip the rune. Come over here. Oh, I gotta hide that. Well, anyways. Do this. It moves a pointer. It destroys it. Okay, I can go through. And this is blocked. Beautiful. Okay. Oh. Hello. Okay. Pillar character. Collision should be world collision. That detects these. I'm like, oh, I'm going through. Perfect. Brettbug says, good luck for the jam. I'll be leaving now. Okay, bye. Thanks for stopping by. Right. Okay, still not colliding here. Might be because pillar character collision is not correct. Collision here. No, it's correct. It's under world collision and has this as a collision shape. Does the person not have it? That makes no sense to me. That this collision... Oh, it needs to be floating. Not that it matters. I don't think that should matter. I shouldn't be able to collide with it. Muscle mage. It lives in collision. It detects collision and world collision. And that's why pillar character collision shape. It's not disabled either. So why is it not colliding? makes no sense to me. Huh. Weird. Zuzu says, good night, Ezra. Talk to you later. All right, bye, Zuzu. Thanks for hanging. Archive says, finally, Ezra, I want to know what happens to the people who live in Detroit. What? What happens to the people who live in Detroit? Wait, is this a threat? I don't like being threatened. Weird. Why is collision not enabled? It's annoying. Tutorial here, unless I made it so that this one collision. Ah! I gotta reset this, huh? Okay, well. Gee, okay. That makes more sense. Do that. And the one that's out here needs to be reset. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. There you go. All right. And then now if I restart it, hopefully, that'll be okay. Archive says, do you live in Detroit? No, I don't. Far from it, I think. Oh, what the heck? How did that happen? Wait, why is it? Wait, what? Sass says, bye for now. Whoa. What's happening? Why is it? Hold on. Why is it doing that? Hello? Is it because of the move and slide? It'll slide along. I don't want it to slide. I want it to move and collide. Make it stop, maybe. Do I have to give a motion, though? Maybe the slide is the issue. Move and slide. Wall minimum slide angle. What if I don't want it to slide at all? Minimum angle where the body is allowed to slide when it encounters a slope. This property only affects movement when motion mode is in floating. Oh, okay. Minimum slide angle. What if it's like huge? Will that always slide? I'm not trying to understand here. I'm just trying to figure it out. That behavior is funky. Like it just pushed me out. It's like, oh, touch, slide. Can we not? Why are you doing that? Can you just not let me go? Also be affected by the motion of the other body. You can use this to make moving and rotating platforms. But it's not moving. What is this? Slide on ceiling. Get rid of this. It is so odd to me. Why don't you just block the path instead of making it pop everywhere? Is this normal? Please don't. Maybe it's because it's circle. Oh, a kind of. Maybe it doesn't like the fact that it's circle. All right. Well, let's make the pillar. Maybe it's the circle collision making it being like, hey, it's a circle. So I can slide around, right? Let's do a little point here. I gotta do this manually. Can I just do poly? Collision, polygon. That's so annoying. Say I just do this. That. Maybe that's better. The whole sliding around thing is really annoying. There you go. Ta-da! Good enough. Forbidden Soul says, man, these are the kinds of bug that drives you crazy. No, it really is. I don't understand. And it's like a bug with like the way the engine interacts with the world, so you can't really help it. All right, good enough. Okay. This is good. This whole Y sort thing is also annoying. Because I guess technically this origin right here is above right here. So it's why it's sorting it like this. Let's say if I put the Y here, but it's not going to work like that. This right here. The Y sort on isometric sucks. Unless I keep the wall separate. Yeah, Y sorting on wall doesn't really work, does it? I might have to do visibility ordering manually. Because like, oh yeah, if I put the Y at this pixel origin here, then everything is going to be behind. But as soon as you come here, all of a sudden being here will put your head behind this wall. That really is terrible. There has to be some better way to do this. Why? Better sorting character in isometric Godot. Hard says check one-way collision. One-way collision? Why? What does that do? Airshake says how your computer is handling this much pressure. There is more than 20 bot script running with active graphic rendering. You make games. Well, I mean, computer is not that bad. But also this is just process. It's a simple process. The heaviest thing is handling the API, so yeah, I want to see how much CPU it's controlling, actually. Let's see. Where is it? Is it this one? It's one of these. It's called Steam Gachapon. Stream, not Steam. I don't know which one is which, actually. It's one of these things, but it's still, one of them is only 11% anyways. I guess whatever is taking the network signals. Yes, this one. So this one's taking 13% of my CPU. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's also not good, but it works, so it's okay. Hit the Road says, what's heavier, a ton of feathers or a ton of API? Philosophical question. If you say ton by the weight, then they're the same, aren't they? Harzi says that there's a box called One-Way Collision. Check it on IG. It'll fix. On IG? What's IG? One way? Is it under the collision box? If true, only edges that face up relative to the polygon's rotation would collide with the object. Oh, you mean it'll only collide outwards? Like outwards from the walls. It won't go in. Collision won't happen inside. So it'll only push out, not bounce everywhere. That makes sense. With the circle, you mean? Okay. I get it. Airshake says Instagram, maybe. Yeah, we're talking about Instagram right here. For sure. Y sort, yes. Okay. Y sort is annoying me right now. So I'm gonna see what other people do with the isometric Y sorting in Godot. Property, because just regular Y sort doesn't work because of how the origin of the wall works. Unless, yeah, it's just they have to be separate, I think. And I am also curious. Y sort, yes. Thanks, but as mentioned in the post, I tried Y sort nodes. I've tried every possible. Blah, blah, blah. So a Y sort node could work for a basic isometric that has one ground layer and one layer for walls, and the other thing on top of the ground, like a Diablo. It doesn't work in my case. Let me think. If the wall is individually Y sorted, see, the thing about the Y sort for me is that it needs to be Y ordinate relative to the perpendicular to the wall, not Y up and down, but Y this way. The Y sort rotated. I mean, I guess. Oh, okay. Well, good to know. So it doesn't work well for me. Now, if I have wall as a separate object where I have to manually paint the walls, wait, did the planting work? Yeah. Okay, good. I didn't hear the sound effect. That's why I was like a little worried there. So annoying. I mean, alternatively, hello? Okay. Well, for some reason doing it one way makes it so that I can't. Alternatively, I could just not have walls. So I don't have to worry about Y sorting. I guess the question then is, does that look really bad? Or what? You know? So I could go delete, 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 delete. Like that. And then have this. If I do that, at least I can just draw collision layers. You know what? I'm going to go with this right now because I don't want to have to deal too much with all the fancy works there are. I'm just going to do this. And then I'll just put ground layer. Yay. Not bad, right? There you go. Wow. Game magic. Cool. Let's see. Ugly pillars. That's okay. I'm going to put more pillars out here. Hello? Give me more pillar. Pillar character. Yes. Manually designing maps. Everyone. Victory assured. There it is. And certainly Y sort works now. I don't have to worry about it. there's going to be a secret behind right here, which I guess may or may not show up. Cool. Yep. Awesome. It works so well. Beautiful. There you go. Oop. I gotta delete this too, actually. Thanks for the hydrate. Let's stop this real quick. Delete. Nice. I think that's good. All right. Good hydrate. All right. Well, I should make it so that it doesn't show though. Debug. Default. There you go. Did it? Oh, I'm stuck. Yay, a friend that I can be stuck with. By the way, found this, but I don't think it's helpful. Received right rune. All right. Open. Do this. I definitely need a tutorial message there. And then do that. You can see moves, blows. There you go. Definitely need instruction on assign and erase. Okay, I can come over here. Still blocked. Can't go anywhere. I see some world here. Nice. And I can put little item here to show little secret. There you go. Stundazipao says that was cool. Thank you. Harzy says, when will you add some of the lights and particles? Probably once I have the basic playthrough to a satisfying point where I feel like there's like a good playable portion. I really want to do the polish once all the level is done, essentially. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I want to pick up this magic. I want to be able to extract. F to interact and hold F to pick up. Right? So we want to pick up sheets now. That's the next thing. How do we do hold? I suppose... not hold, maybe it just... Do I want to do hold? We'll hold the... No, hold on. First of all, on the sheets, I need that instruction that says... spell peek here. I need one that says F to write, R to erase. So we want to have VBox or HBox here with the texture rect and the label. That's going to say right. And this, I think, label comes from Book UI as well. Book UI. Grab this one right here. Copy. Might as well save that label. I keep reusing that. And this one's going to be pasted right. And then this will have interact F key. Okay. Keep size, keep layout, container sizing, center, shrink. And that one, we'll do it like this. And then stun days pow. Oh, I thought it was some sort of accent. Stun days pow. Aggressive Bubble says, sorry, I had to AFK for a second. How did you solve the Y sort? Was it the only one-way collision? No, it wasn't. I solved Y sort by getting rid of walls, so there's no Y sort problem. I don't have time to solve this. That's a minimal problem. So I just got rid of the walls. Hey, when Forbidden Soul says, what exactly is it that's shooting the pillar? Military says the impetus of realization. Even more confused, yeah. Whereas that, lol, fair enough. If it works, it works, yeah. Okay, I'll show you. So you see this explosion that's happening, right? It's the spell sheet. This is the effect of the spell, obviously. It executes these runes one at a time. Boom, deep, boom, deep, right? And that means I want this explosion to go over here. If I talk to him, he says, hey, I have this rune that I don't want to use. And you receive the right rune. And over here, if you look at the description, it says arrow right. Move the magic focus to the right. So I'm going to equip this. So I equipped it. Once you equip it, you can write onto the spell sheet. Now, obviously, this is a locked slot, so you can't. But otherwise, you can. So over here, you can see the spell focus moves and resets in the beginning. So this is not the answer. So I'm going to write it into the beginning now. So moves, explodes, moves, moves, explodes, moves. Like that. So it changes the focus of the spell. So I'm going to come over here now and then do something here. This one, I'm going to do it by picking this up. So once I trigger interact, I'm going to get rid of the F to interact, obviously. Tutorial here. Spell sheet. I got to make sure that becomes understandable, I guess, with the tutorial message. But I am going through this really quickly. Okay, so one magic tick enter tree. Update highlight render here. It's going to make it interact label visible. Once I interact, though, I'm going to make this not visible. Yes. So it only becomes visible on reset. Forbidden Soul says, that's pretty cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Harzy says, you need to add variable, for example, hold time, required hold time, so you can pick up when you hold time and required hold time. I mean, yeah. It's just that the whole like UI and handling the input and input handled will be annoying. Okay, good. So it goes away. Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. Same thing for the safety wizard. I'm doing a lot of UX polishing right now as I go. I do think it's beneficial to do the UX/UI polishing as you play them, especially during this, because I don't have really like much patience or what do you call? I don't have much patience or the time to go over and fix everything and notice everything. So if I notice something, I'm fixing it immediately, because this is the ADHD approach of like assuming that I will not remember anything. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. Next thing I want to do here that I skipped over. First, I'm going to do this here. F to right. I guess I'll do it here outside actually. F to right, and then make a copy of this. What the heck? Duplicate this. Copy. Can I duplicate? Duplicate. And this one is going to be erase. Let's say erase. Right, erase. And this one's going to be R. So, okay, erase works. That it works. Military says, why say when you can say Daru Sandstorm? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, I like that. Military says, speaking as an aspiring villain, I would never store my explosion and wizards in the same place. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, this is bothering me. That pixel is wrong. Thanks for the follow, Arthur Laves 271. Go to the UI key icon, open F here, and then I gotta open the cancel R. Cool. So it's right there. Wait, what? Why is it not saving? I guess I gotta reload the source. Where is it? There you go. Oh. Can't see the text. I suppose I should outline that. Give it an outline. 1, 2, 3. Good enough. Okay. Looks ugly. I don't like. Do I have to be thicker? Maybe rather than outline, I give it a shadow. Color, offset. Wait. What does that look like? Okay, it still looks ugly. What if I give it a dark color? A little better. That looks a little bit more acceptable. I want the text color to be brighter, I guess, then. So we'll say the font color would be a brighter green. So, sick. Right, erase. F to write, R to erase. And then such. Cool. Okay. Next thing, I have that. Step away to do whatever. I wanted to have a notification here. So I'm going to add a control. Military says, usually a good idea to have at least one weak alpha of counter shadow for varying backwards. I was talking about the rules of the magic. Okay, texture rect, which will be the, I think I have it somewhere here in the UI. Don't remember what it was called. This one. And then keep this size. And I'll call it the gain notification. And layout top center. Center top. There it is. And basically what I want to do is put a little texture rect right on top of it. Like so. And let's say this is a rune. I suppose I could copy and paste something here real quick. This is for testing. Rune PNG, there it is. This 32 by 32. And then have this be Keep size, keep, and then layout. Don't worry about all that. It's going to be whatever that is. Do that. Just gonna adjust position here. There you go. And add child, or not add child. We're gonna do a little notification here. Gain notification will be under UI. Basically, class name, gain notification UI, func, notify gain, notify rune, and it's going to take the rune resource, rune, it's going to be spell slot component, and it's just going to replace this. Texture equals rune.icon, and visible equals true at some point, and we're going to create tween, and then we're going to make a tween that is set trans, that is cubic, and then with that set or tween property of this whole thing, the position of starting position as a target, or yeah, base position as the target, and then yeah, 0.3 maybe. Hopefully I play some sound here. Base position doesn't exist, which will be var here. Base position is vector 2. And during ready, I'm going to set base position to equal to the position of the thing. What else? Identifier tween. Oh, tween. So it plays that. We're going to have a notification timer. Notification timer. And let's call it 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 2.5. This comes over here. Await tween finished. Or it doesn't even matter. It doesn't have to do that. So we're going to say notification timer start. And by default, we're going to connect on ready, notification timer, timeout, connect it to on notification time out. We'll play this reverse tween here, where it goes to the position minus vector, or plus, I guess, plus vector 2 of 0 and minus whatever this is, distance of 18 plus the height, which is base position. No, not that. We want to move minus base position minus the y of the size. Basically, I think. A negative of these two values put together. Vector 2, 0, 3, float for minus operator, invalid operand, vector 2, and float. Base position, vector 2. Why? Oh, whoops. Base position y. Okay. Which... I suppose this cancels each other out. So it's actually base position x, cancel it out, and I just want it to be tucked away completely when it times out. Sick. So notify rune will notify this rune. All right, when do I do that? I do that on gain. So I'm going to go to player state, player game state. And I already have the signal where I say add rune to the inventory and have this signal which I notify rune gain. So this is what I want to listen to. So I would say here, func on rune gain, rune, and then that's going to be spell component resource. I'm just going to simply call this anyways. But before all of that, connect this to that and call notify rune here with the rune. Bam. Okay. So on inventory gain, notification plays, it comes up, and I can later add sound here. Like that. Military says text that doesn't pop is more exhausting. It is more exhausting, isn't it? I need to tuck that away actually. And hide it, becomes visible when it times out, goes away and visible becomes false. The position is this. So notify rune will be like position equals this. Sick. Poyar says, whoa, the background is crazy trippy. Nice. Thank you. Yay. Haha. Yes. Notification looks sick. Come over here and it's like, oh, explosion. I want to give it more time. So I think I'm going to say that spell sheet right there. I'm going to edit this. And I'm going to add 3 more empty slots. Clear. Quick load. Wait. I guess I need to just create one. Empty slot, not locked. Quick load, empty component, not locked. So it's a 5 component spell sheet. So it takes more time between the explosion. Okay. 2, 3. This also gives me opportunity to come here and write it. Or I guess I gotta go here. Then come. If I write it like this, you can see the pointer moving. Whoop, whoop. Right. So I can go, oh, actually, what I want is this. And then observe. Nice. Like that. Cool. And then now I have it. Going to erase the spot. Oh. Move away. Do something here. Be like, the ley line feels strange here. Magic doesn't seem to stop. And then he's going to say something interesting here. Cool. Hold to pick up. Let's do hold to pick up. Spell sheet here. Poyar says also, hi everybody. Hey Poyart. Long time no see, I would say. We are going through it. Basic mechanic is implemented. There's some UIs here. I don't know where I'm going to do the, what do you call? What weird comments out here. I don't know where I'm going to do the tutorial messages. That's going to be really confusing and hard. But for now, this is where I'm going to do. Definitely need to pick up the spell sheet for the next challenge. So we're going to add spell sheet here. Spell sheet. At least one of them. Spell sheet. Where are you? Ah, there it is. Wait, that's not it. Is it? Oh, it is it. Hey, why is it under UI? This should be character. Anyways, oh well. I guess I accidentally moved it. It's not supposed to be there. Rick from Hits says, that background shader looks awesome. Good job. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's just water shader with some color rect mixed into it. I do need more fancy lighting eventually. Interactable layer here. This font sucks. I think I'm gonna... Let me think. Do I just manually write this? Rick from Hit says, hey, that still has a really clean looking effect regardless of its design. Oh, appreciate that. And thanks for the follow, Rick. Okay. Next thing is I want hold something to pick up. Hold blah, pick up. This font is way too big. I'm going to grab the pixeled font, which is somewhere in my computer. It's not going to look good, but better than nothing. So we go open in File Manager. Actually, let me mute myself. Let me check on something real quick. Oh gosh, I'm so hungry. All right, well, let's finish this out. I want to pick up. I want to see the spells move with the player, and then we'll figure it out. We said we're going to use pixeled font here, so we're going to come here, look for all my fonts, little font friends. So can I do that? I guess this doesn't work. Loser. Loser is actually pretty small, so it might work. This one is too much. I mean, this is pretty thin. It's like an italic version of the thing. Thanks for the hydrate. It's all PK. Welcome. Hello, hello. Pixeled. Oh, okay. Pixeled is here. Yeah, this is good. So I'm going to take this out here. I'm going to take this out here. Not my original accent, just peeking through every now and then. My bay. It'll be under this, I think. So I will go, not rename, File Manager. This pixeled, and we'll update this font to be pixeled. It's amazing how... Wait, how big is this? 12? 13? 14? 15? Oh, it's a 15 sized font. It's not that... It seems it's not that much smaller. I mean, it looks better, but it's not that much smaller, which is kind of annoying. Also, why is it all the way down here? Doesn't look lined up. Open, I guess. I gotta open. No. Jeez. Interact label, I think I'm just going to have a different one here. Whew, boy. An icon, which will be texture 2D. Okay, and then create this one. Trying to get into the flow of things here. Equals text. Texture rect. Texture will equal to the button icon here. By default, we're going to say this is interact and button icon from this. So it can be used everywhere, anywhere, wherever. Am I crazy, or does the font looks bigger than it was before? I feel like I'm going insane. Yes, it was a lot smaller. Weird. Oh, you know what that is? Hold on. Maybe I doubled the size. So it should... Wait, that makes no sense. Why is it so big? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only 6 pixel. Wait. Oh. All right. Hello. Okay, that's workable. All right, interact. Sick. Maybe I could even afford to do all caps. Yay, all right, let's do all caps, interact. That's going to be it. And then... hold F to pick up. Or duplicate this. Hold label and call it pickup. Pickup is not... Why is it not updating? This should update based on this. Text, node ready, value, spell sheet. Maybe it's because it didn't... Oh, it's not a tool. I gotta update it to tool. There you go. Spell sheet. Let's doesn't line up very nicely. I'll do it like that. Call this hold. Like that. Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? Hold F to pick up. Or do I have to put hold in front of the F to make it sense? Make it make sense. I guess so. I'll put on ready var is hold false. This is gonna be so annoying. So this requires to be, yeah, so this one requires to be held. If hold, I want to add that thing on it. So export is hold is false. Hold on, button label. Interact label here. Not on ready export. Export. Maybe down here. Okay. And we're gonna do little label in front of it. Copy this. I'm gonna put this in front like this. Hold F, and I'm gonna make unique and I don't know, put this as a font color that matches this. Okay, and this one is visible based on this value. Set value. So hold equals value. If this is the case, blah, blah, blah. Nice. Okay. So for this one, we want to do spell sheet. Spell sheet. Right here, we're going to have this hold label. This one is a hold to pick up. And we're going to just line this up like that. Hold F, pick up, F, interact. Something feels weird about this. Average Godot Enjoyer says, the Kiwi Farms game jam starts today. Oh, a lot of game jams overlapping this weekend, huh? I almost feel like this needs to change order. Hold F to pick up. Just F to interact. A little ugly. Could be better. Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, I'm going to have this both label to show up on highlight and here. Oh, I don't need to do that. Okay. Unless I got to open it first. So I go like this and then I got to hold. Okay. That might be better actually. I'm going to get rid of this real quick. So it's just going to say interact. And then yeah. And I'm going to make the spell sheet say hold. Spell sheet peak. So over here, have one more. Whoops, duplicate this. Gonna write it's going to say F label hold. And then this one's going to grab a new label setting. Font is going to be pixeled. And then 4 or 5, I mean. Or 6. No, 5 is better. Okay. This one's going to say in black, maybe white, black, white, black. I don't know. Maybe it needs to be this yellow. Hold. And then this one, I'm going to put down here. Hold F. Hold F. Pick up. Move this whole thing over to be centered like this. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense. Maybe I give a little bit more spacing. Okay, nice. Hold F to pick up. That means let's see. Oh my God. What time is it? All right, where do I handle it? So we have the sheet that knows nothing about the sprite sheet itself. I do need to make it so that it listens to the sheet being picked up. So it opens it and it's a hold F to pick up. Okay, that font is barely visible. I'm going to make this yellow and outlined black real quick. 4. Hold F, pick up. Okay. So I can go hold. All right, cool. When it requests for opening, I believe it does this UI signal. So when the sheet is open, you can hold to pick up. But when you pick it up, I need to somehow tell the object to get lost. Actually, it says set font color. What is that? Brains Up says, is it time for some Gatorade and coffee? Dude, I could totally use Gatorade right now. I do need to eat, though. So I think I'm just trying to finish this up so I can go eat. End the stream, go eat, and then take a little break. I got censored because I typed a period. Yeah, that happens here because they think it's what they like. I didn't put that in. The chat thinks that you're up to no good. Okay. Let's look at the spell sheet. Peak. It gets notified and it receives the resource here. And what I can do is if the pickup happens while I'm highlighted, so the pickup is going to signal out. So spell sheet is going to say, hey, there's a signal. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub. Adrez. EU West, welcome. Says, hey Ezra, I'm Dinu from YouTube. You still here, bro? You are so dedicated. Oh, thanks. I'm doing what I can. Thanks for the sub, dude. Signal, we're going to say spell sheet peak is going to be pick up spell picked up signal, and it's going to emit it. And that is going to be connected to each individual spell sheets. Spell sheet here. So when it gets added to the thing, spell sheet is going to listen to this. So during ready, it's going to be like, hey, well, it's not global, so I think I need UI signal here. Global or UI signal bus here. I'm going to have for the peak sheet signal, peaked or spell sheet picked up signal right here. And this is what's going to be triggered on this because this is global. So on the spell sheet peak UI, instead of having this on pickup, that's going to be signaled. And this one will be heard by this guy, spell sheet itself. So we'll say UI bus. This signal specifically will be connected to on spell sheet pickup. We're going to check if I'm highlighted. So during the pickup, if I am highlighted, what do you call? How do I tech? Is highlighted. If it's not highlighted, then we just ignore this. If it's highlighted, then we gotta queue free here. Essentially, it's gonna die. The UI that's peaking already has a input control in here, right? So input, we got to do hold here. I wonder if there's a standard way of handling input hold or if I have to do it under process. I'm not familiar. Thanks for a follow as well. Dinu, aka, no, wait, that's not Dinu. That's Majestic L. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. All right. Pick up to hold, Godot hold button. Godot process hold. Key. I want to see if there's a already existing thing. Okay, so it says to detect if a key is being held down, do it under process if action pressed. Is key pressed? Yeah, and then you got to do the tick. Okay, cool. Thanks for hydrate. Bill Woo Woo. Can't wait to play this, says Madrasi UW. I can't wait to play this either. In fact. All right. We're going to process holding here. Action pressed. I think a single press shouldn't be considered this. It needs to do it on release, right? Is action released rather than pressed? Well, okay. So this one I want to do is holding, right? We got to do var is holding. Key holding is false by default. So immediately the first thing that happens on press under process, I think we have to do all this under the process, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. But we'll say under func process, unless I write anyways. No, I think that could be annoying. Should it be a separate key? I feel like it's okay. Delta float pass. It starts to hold only if it's like 0.2 seconds or more, right? I want to see if I hold the key down if it processes as key input or is pressed. It does. Yeah. Um, How do I differentiate in this case? Flip, flip, erase. You know what? I'm gonna have it be G. I'm gonna have a pickup be a separate one. Pickup spell, or pickup in general. Hold is a new one. I'm gonna do G on this one. And we're gonna have to update this. R. That's okay. That kind of looks like G. Does it not? That looks like G, right? Is it too big? G. Really thick G. There you go. G. Right? Okay. Better. Call this save as pickup G. Okay. Good enough. Pavel or Paval says, please, Ezra, I really don't want to bother you during creating flow. I'm so curious. Do you know GameMaker? If so, what is the main difference between Godot and GameMaker coding principles? You know, honestly, I have never used GameMaker before, but I do think that I've heard a lot of good things about it. It's also pretty fairly easy from what I hear. I would say I will pass it up to the chat. Chat, if you guys are familiar with GameMaker, please do explain about your experience with GameMaker. I would like to see how it compares to Godot. Main thing is that GameMaker is not free, first of all. Godot is. I mean, that's already a difference. But in terms of coding difference, like Godot, you have option to use C#, which is like a regular standard language that is like semicolon based, is not indentation sensitive. GDScript, the native one, native in quotes, is a scripting language model that is kind of like Python-like and is indentation sensitive. So you get both experience in Godot, at least, depending on what you try to use. So there's that answer, at least. Not sure anything else other than that. All right. So what we're going to do here. Madres EU says, Majestic L, I recommend you read documentation on their official webpage. It helped me a lot, and also watch Ezra's video on YouTube. Huh? Wait, did somebody ask me a question? Did I not answer a question here? Oh, shoot, Majestic, your name is blending into the chat. Majestic says, I've just started learning Godot. Oh, great. Yeah. Well, I hope you have a great time in your journey. Godot is a great tool. There are a lot of amazing tools out there. Or tools, I guess. Amazing. I'm trying to think. Sorry, I was thinking about the game. There are amazing tutorials and tools out there. I'm trying to think if the UI is interacting with the game mechanic. Does it feel like frustrating experience, or does it feel like intentional blockage? Right? I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so hold. As long as I'm pressing it down, What I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add in the panel a little progress bar. And that progress bar is going to be at the center bottom. And it's not, percentage is okay. Oh, it doesn't have the percentage like that. And that one's going to say something like, picking up. It's like picking up magic sheet. Like that. And I think I'm going to use pixel for that. Maybe I don't need label for this one, actually, honestly. Might be more than necessary. And I'm going to say this one, X should be, 500 is big. How about 300? 150? Okay, let's do 150 here. I'll put that at the bottom. I want to line it up at the bottom of this. So container sizing is okay. I want to do shrink and instead of filling, I want it to shrink center. And I'm going to call this max value 100 and basically pick up progress bar. While I'm holding G, so process input is action pressed. Pick up hold, which is G, right? Then we're going to set the progress value equals at the rate of the pickup. So we'll say export var spell pickup speed. I'll say, let's see, out of 100, 1 Mississippi will be, let's say I want to take it 5 seconds. So, or pickup duration, I guess. So let's say I want it to take 5 seconds. Then it's going to come down here. Duration is how long it takes to pick up in total, meaning I suppose I could just make it that. I could just set the max value to be on during ready. Let's see, there's ready somewhere here. During ready, I can make it so that the pickup progress bars max value is the duration. Spell pickup duration. And simply the value will start from 0, obviously, and will equal to the delta, or plus equals delta, because delta is number of seconds. Like that. While I'm holding it. If I'm not holding it, if it is released, this value has to be 0 immediately. And also this only happens if this is visible, obviously. If not visible, then break or return. Don't do anything. So while I'm holding G, it's going to fill up. Once it fills up, anytime it fills up to, you do this. If pickup value equals pickup progress bar max value, we're going to signal out pickup. So signal, UI signal bus. We're going to emit. Dialog requested. What was it? Peak spell sheet pickup. Emit. And I believe this doesn't require anything. Yes. Cool. And I already did it so that it destroys itself and picks it up. This also means I need to make a player state. Player state. Here, within the inventory of the player state, you want to add a new one that is not just rune inventory. We need a spell sheet inventory, which has spell sheet resource. And then we're going to pick this up. Nope. Oh my gosh. Oh, thanks for the raid. Gosh. My God. Thanks, McCory. So sorry. Henflow World Wide Web Day Raid. Hey, Wolfuzz. Thank you. Thanks for taking care of the shout out, McCory. Hello. Oh, I didn't know it was WWW Day. I didn't realize that. But welcome, Raiders. I am obviously zoned in, or locked in, so to speak, in my attempt to finish today's stream. I've been online 6 hours and 30 minutes now. I am very hungry. I'm trying to finish my thoughts here. Participating in GMTK Jam, as I do. Game idea has been pretty fun. It's a little magic coding game. So the magic is broken. Every spell, every program is infinitely looping. And as we know, infinite loops are not good. So we want to fix this world. So we have an infinitely looping magic devices. And as you can see, in a minute, as soon as the game loads, this is kind of like a magic as programming. So you can see right here, oh, this is the progress bar. Okay. The spell ticks automatically. And this is explosion rune. Every time it executes a rune, it executes a command. So you can see right there, boop, bang, like that. So the goal is, if I do this, I acquire a new rune. I have this arrow rune that does move the magic focus to the right, so I can equip this into a quick bar. Come over here, and when it gets to this first slot, I write that rune on. And now, if you look at the magic focus, it shifts one spot and then explode, which allows me to break the pillars. So there it is. Boom. Beautiful. There you go. And now I can safely go through. So yeah, that's the game. The loop is the fact that the magic is looping. So that's a quick explanation of what's going on. Military says, bah humbug, I've made plenty of games that never loop. They don't work, but that's besides the point. Game loop. Every game satisfies the, the theme, because every loop has a game loop, I suppose. Or every game has a game loop. All right, I don't like how the progress bar looks on top of this. So I think I'm probably going to space this out a little bit. Better way to do this, I think, is to give this the minimum height and give myself more space this way. And put this on top. For container sizing, we're going to do this shrink begin like that. Nice. Probably increase this a little more. So this one is at the shrink end. There it is. Beautiful. Maybe the 5 is a little bit too long. I want to make it so that the spell pickup duration is maybe 4 seconds. And then we want to, let's see, change the first spell sheet spell, which is under tutorial. Oh, also, we do Godot contents here. Sorry. Do like that. Cool. Let's see if I can pick it up. Phil says lol. Hi, Phil. Welcome. All right. Let's see if I can pick it up, please. It's not doing anything. Oh, it is. It's just extremely slow. Wait, why is it taking forever? All right. Also the fill color needs to be something better. Is delta not a second? Is it millisecond? I thought delta was second since last process. Am I crazy? Let's see. Spell sheet PQI. I thought adding delta would be good. I thought delta was second. Delta. Delta time since. Float. Delta is in seconds. Previous frame is not constant. Yes. It is only called if processing is enabled. Blah, blah, blah. Interesting. What if I make it 2 seconds? Okay, Pavel, sorry. Nobody is talking about Game Maker here today, it seems. Look at this progress. Not very consistent. I guess rather I guess it needs to be on the timer. Okay. I'm gonna put it on timer. Timer so that it updates more smoothly. I'm going to call this pickup timer. Thanks for the follow, Crazy Zato. Or Crazato. Pickup timer. And this ticks, let's say, every 1 second, 0.1 seconds. And we're going to do this. It's not a one shot. It keeps going. And on every timeout, this is going to update here. And then I'm going to say pickup timer starts when it's being pressed. But when it's released, it cancels. If I do that, actually, I can do that. I don't have to do that under process, actually, if I do press and release. All right. I think so. Okay, let me think about this. So this will emit, yeah. This one right here, technically, under the input, if I make it so that, hey, like event action press is pickup, then I want to say pickup timer starts. Right? On press. On press, pickup timer starts. Right? And event is action released. If this is released, we want to stop this guy, right? And on pickup timer timeout, we're going to take the progress bar, pickup progress bar, and add the value of 0.1 in here. But on start, or on the beginning, we already have this max value. On start, we're going to say pickup progress bar value will equal to 0 in the beginning. And it gets to 0 when it stops. Only thing is that if I get interrupted and then the window closes, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Pavel says GM is for free as well. Only when selling games it is not for free. I see. Well, in Godot, if you sell, it's free. So that's a little bit of difference. Ace of Spider says, hello, Ezra. I'm developing a game for GMTK and Game Maker at the moment. Yeah. So Pavel was asking earlier on YouTube saying they want to know the difference between Game Maker and Godot and how the coding style and coding principle is differing, because they want to know if they would like to use it. More specifically, the quote was, "Please, Ezra." Oh wait, this sounded. Is this? I am so curious. Do you know GameMaker? If so, where is the main difference between Godot and GameMaker coding principles? So we'll see. Maybe Ace has something to say about that. I just have nothing to say about it. So here. Okay. I was able to actually pick it up that time. I want to make the pickup time now longer. Let's say 4 seconds. And I want to see if it gets interrupted while I'm trying to pick it up. Oh, failed. Oh. Okay, well, if it becomes invisible, it needs to immediately cancel the timer, I think. But it didn't do that. So cancel timer should happen on deactivate, on visibility change, on close book or close sheet. Place activate rune. Where is it? It's somewhere here. Remove rune slot, blah, blah, blah. Update rune, update sheet render on close peak spell, right? When it becomes closed, we reset the timer. Pickup progress is 0. Pickup time stop. On progress timeout, if it is going, it doesn't auto start. Okay, we stop it and set it to 0. Cool. All right, let's try that again. But Paul also says, "No, really, thank you for answering. I know that Godot is based on Signal and GameMaker is based on objects. I understand GM architecture intuitively, but couldn't understand Godot." I mean, it's not entirely based on Signal. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I think it's working. I don't know if that's going to be bugged or not, but at the least. I do think that game over is kind of useless in this game. All right, so we go right. What that's going to do is going to move it, explode. There you go. Cool. So that also allows me to pick it up. All right, that means I have the magic. That means I should be able to view it on my spell book. So we'll do that later. Something here broke. Invalid access. Oh, that's because I'm doing that spell sheet connection thing. Line 26. I'll do this if engine editor hint return. There you go. That should fix it. All right. I think this is a good place to stop. Honestly, I'm going to raid out here. Sorry, raiders, that I'm raiding out almost immediately after you guys raided. But I've been here too long, and I got to take a little bit of break. Yeah, let's see who we got. We got Big Boy Game on the second day or third day of GMTK Gem, so I might as well go there. It's been doing 3 hours, so let's go there for now. We could find new places, but look at this game. It's already looking really nice. Ace says, okay, here, Paval, ready? Ace says, I've not tried Godot, so I can't speak for the difference. For GameMaker, it's using its own language, GML, which is like JavaScript. It has some weird nuances and everything is an instance. You have to keep things organized and modular, otherwise things can get out of control. I don't think Godot is too different because there's a composition style where things are indeed based on instances. Everything is a node. We call everything a node. Signal is just for events, right? So you can make certain aspects signal based, and a lot of the signal does help organize things really well in terms of managing states and managing variables. So I don't know if it feels that different or not. But yeah. Anyways, well, thanks everyone for watching. If you are just finding me out and joining, please follow and subscribe and all that stuff so that you can see me finish this up later. For now, I got to go get some food. Sorry, Qbox. You were here earlier this morning, so maybe it's not too bad. Otherwise, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Goodbye, Twitch. YouTube gets like 3 more seconds because, you know, obviously I can't raid out YouTube. But here we are. Okay, Qbox.